Xavier?
Am I the only one here today?
Right now, Chairwoman Page is on.
Morning.
Morning, Chairwoman Page.
Got that too. Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Sometimes.
She loves.
Good morning, Chairwoman Faith. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. Great.
How's my sound level on your end?
It's good. It's really good.
Okay, excellent. I'll mute till we start at 9:30.
Okay.
I sent you an email. Okay. You guys still print them up?
I'm sure I have to do that. Yes.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay.
We'll just whoever do you guys, for you guys.
Yeah, I'll have to.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I sent you an email text. It's gotta have not just certain, but like the low mom, census tract.
Yes.
All the data we can pull all of it, so.
Yeah.
Grass growing in every.
Yeah.
First,
So,
yeah.
here it is.
We still technically have that.
So,
But they should do.
2000.
Oh, they do, they're kind of used to it.
No, was going. I got grad school for a little bit. And so, yeah, I started.
It is. They really want it. First, well, the other answer part of it is special.
So, after this, that's right. Yeah.
Monday morning.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Oh, that's. I noticed the good about the other. You can follow through. I think it's pretty entertaining. I like that compliment.
Yeah, I went to see it last. Yeah, he did.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah. They're back.
Yes.
Xavier, it's 9:30. Let's get started.
Not ready. Can't let her know.
Just
for people signing
Yeah.
Miss Faith, can you hear me?
Yes.
We have a lot of commotion in the room right now, so it'll be a second. Yeah,
Okay.
there are a lot of people here.
We have Councilman Slide and Councilman Kelly.
Correct. Councilman Sledge is here first, so we're gonna go to this case.
Okay.
It's 046 on West 106.
Shut that.
Yeah.
I know what you meant. You ready? All right, Ms. Faith, can you hear me?
Yeah, are we settled in the room?
We are.
All right, let's begin with the preamble.
Good morning, my name is Liz Kukla. I'm the Secretary of the Zoning Appeals. And I'm going to read the preamble for you this morning, this Monday, May 6th. In compliance with notification requirements of the city's open meeting law and section 101.021 of the codified ordinances of Cleveland, Ohio, 1976, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted. All boards and commissions under the purview of the City Planning Department conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. Abstentions from any vote due to a conflict of interest should be stated for the record prior to the taking of any vote. In order to ensure that everyone participating in the meeting have the opportunity to be heard, we ask that you use the raise hand feature before asking a question or making a comment. The raise hand feature can be found in the participants panel on the desktop and mobile version and activated by clicking the hand icon. Please wait for the chair or facilitator to recognize you and be sure to select unmute and announce yourself before you speak. When finished speaking, please lower your hand by clicking on the raise hand icon again and mute your microphone. We will also be utilizing the chat feature to communicate with participants. The chat feature can be activated by clicking chat button located on the bottom of the WebEx screen. Please note that calling users can unmute by using *6. All meeting activity is being recorded via the WebEx platform. These proceedings are also being live streamed via YouTube for public view. We have provided a link to the meeting for those who wish to speak in a particular case via our website and email. All requests to speak on a particular matter have been considered. We have also received emails from those who have provided written comment on a particular matter. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Great, thank you so much. Let's call the roll.
Sure. Ms. Holzer will be absent this morning.
Liz, I'm on.
Oh, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
We do have one absence, Terry Brown then. So we have Nina Holzer, Ms. Wilson,
Present.
Ms. Roca,
Present.
Ms. Faith.
Present.
Madam Chair, we should announce to the appellants here that with 4 board members, they risk a tie vote. If there is a tie vote, then the variance is denied as the decision of Building and Housing will remain unchanged. If the appellants would like, they could request a postponement at this time to a date in the future when we may have 5 members. However, it's we have been informed that Ms. Brown has resigned from the board, and we do not have a specific date as to when we will have a new board member. So if Madam Chair, you would like for the appellants to announce their request to postpone at this time, that would be fine, or we could ask for that at when each case is called.
We are at the point where we would typically ask for postponements or withdrawals, so let's go ahead and allow people to make their decision at this time. Do we have anyone present, either online or in the room, that wishes to withdraw or postpone until we have a full complement of board members?
There are no hands raised in the room, Madam Chair.
All right, do we have anyone online?
Madam Chair, I do not see any hands raised online.
Okay, given that, we will move forward then. Do we have council people in the room?
We do, Madam Chair. The first councilman I saw arrive was Councilman Slight. Following him, I saw Councilman Danny Kelly second. So we'd be moving to calendar number 24046 first.
All right. All right, it appears that we may have I have Councilman Casey listed as that for that case rather than Councilman Sclife.
Yeah, well, that was just.
Yes, Madam Chair, we should note it, let the appellants know as well as the audience that that was an error on our calendar. We have sent out new notification that that was the incorrect council person that was notified. So for the record, we are announcing here that Councilman Slife is the correct council person for this ward, and we apologize for the error.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, Ms. Holzer, we will then begin with calendar number 24-046.
Sure thing. Good morning, everyone. Our first case is calendar number 24-046. This is at 3305 West 165th Street. Robert and Colleen Lanning, owners, propose to erect a one-story single-family residence with attached garage. The owners appeal for relief from the strict application of the Cleveland Codified Ordinances as stated in the agenda and the public record, of which there are 4. This case was postponed from April 1st, 2024. No testimony was taken at that time. It was postponed due to a change in the site plan. And with that, I will hand it over to Ms. Wilson for the oath.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Holzer. I will swear in all who are present for this matter. I'll start first with the people in the room. I do see 2 people seated at the table. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth? Please raise your right hand, reply with I do, your name, spell your name, and give us your address.
I do. Charles Slife, SLIFE, 601 Lakeside Avenue.
If I'm going to contest it, should I be at the table?
You can move up.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I do. My name is Rose Vickerman. I am at 3309 West 165th Street. I think that's all I needed.
Okay.
Yes, I do. My name is Cheryl Bertanaji, CHERYL BERTONASCHI. I live at 3324 West 165th Street.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room wishing to speak in this matter? All right. Anyone online wishing to speak in this matter?
My name is Jill Brandt from Brandt Architecture. My address is 2220 Wooster Road, Rocky River, Ohio.
Okay. And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Anyone else online wishing to speak in this matter?
This is Robert Lanning.
Okay. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you. And I'll just have you spell your name for the record, please.
Robert Lanning, LANNING.
Okay, very
My
good.
address is 29511 West Oakland Road, Bay Village, Ohio.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else online wishing to speak in this matter?
Pasquale Esposito, PASQUALE, Esposito, ESPOSITO. My address is 3302 Hancock Avenue, Cleveland, Ohio, and I'm with the Brandt Architecture team.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else online wishing to speak in this matter?
This is Susan Schlereth. I do swear and affirm My first name is Susan. Last name is Schlereth. My address is 16500 Munn Road.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else online wishing to speak? All right, hearing none, back to you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you so much. We'll take history of the property, please.
Madam Chair, before we take that, I would like to state to the handful of people that just arrived that we are currently hearing calendar number 24-046 at 3305 West 165th Street. And after that case, we will hear 24-024 at 10022 Madison Avenue. So Madam Chair, for this particular case, there's been no change in the zoning since 1929. There are no variances on file, and we did not find any other records on this address. Thank you.
All right, we'll take the legal standard next, please.
Okay, Madam Chair, members of the Board of Health is requesting area variances from the attached garage required rear yard setback and required interior side yard requirements of the zoning code. To obtain the area variances, the appellant must prove that denying the request will create a practical difficulty not generally shared by other land or buildings in the same district, will deprive the appellant of substantial property rights, and the granting variances will not be contrary to the purpose and intent of the zoning code.
Great, thank you so much. Ms. Brandt, are you going to be the spokesperson for the appellants?
Yes.
All right, if you'd like to go ahead and address your case as it relates to the variances you're requesting, please.
Yes, thank you. We are proposing to build a single-story, single-family home. The goal of the project is to provide age-in-place housing for our clients and single-floor living. So in doing that, we are trying to maximize the buildable area of the lot. It is a 2-bedroom home, 2-bathroom. We are proposing an attached garage 43 feet from the property line as opposed to the 60 feet. Pushing back to 60 feet would significantly reduce the amount of buildable area that we have, as well as increasing the driveway for maintenance and hardscaping. And I believe what we are proposing allows more green space and landscaping. So that addresses the one variance regarding the garage setback. We did have in our prior submission, we did not require a rear setback, but in conversations with the city, understanding that it's important to have some uniformity, cohesiveness to the street face and the neighborhood, we have pushed the house back, maintaining that front property setback, and as such requires us to fit our program in with a rear yard setback variance. And then on the side yards, again, similar in trying to maintain enough space with the floor plan for aging in place, sufficient size bedrooms, hallways, and bathrooms with enough breathing room, so to speak, for either wheelchair access or potential aid and in-home care. We feel it's important to have these sides. We feel with a 1-story house of this square footage is very much in keeping with the neighborhood. It's a very cute bungalow style that we think, again, matches the neighborhood and the character of that. And we feel this would be a good addition to that neighborhood.
Okay, Mr. Esposito, do you have anything to add?
No, not at this time.
Okay, Mr. Lanning, would you like to make statement on your project?
Yes, thank you. We're returning to the West Park area from Bay Village, downsizing from a family home where we raised our children. Both of us have some needs as seniors. we hope to be in Cleveland, especially in Cuyahoga County. There's no one's building senior residences that I can find lately. There are a lot of people that I know looking for single-story homes are moving outside the county. Lorain County is most notable. There's just not availability for single-story homes for seniors. So when this lot became available, we thought it would be ideal for us. I think Jill and Lino at Brant Architecture have done a very nice job of creating a home that will fit in the neighborhood and nestle right into that lot and be a complement to the neighborhood. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, we have several people that have sworn in to also make comment. We'll go to, is it Ms. Rose Vickerman first?
Sounds good. Hi. So I wanted to start by saying that I'm excited to have this lot built on. It has been a little overgrown in the past, so I'm excited to have a new neighbor, that's for sure. I do have some concerns around how close the home will be built to my own home. My home is actually the one on the bottom there. The proposal there says a 5-foot setback, and I recognize that the zoning requirement of 11 feet is not necessarily always doable within the West Park neighborhood. We all have very small lots, I recognize that. But at the same time, I also recognize that within our neighborhood, the way that we are giving each other that privacy and space in between the houses is generally through the disconnected garage and the driveway. So in this instance, because the garage is attached to the house and the driveway is therefore directly next to the house, my property very specifically would lose out on that about 11 to 14 feet in between the houses. And that's very important to me due to the fact that we do plan to do some improvements to our house, such as waterproofing, as well as installing some windows on that side of the house. And having only about 7 feet, so there's 2 feet on my side of the property and then the 5 feet there, that would cause challenges in accomplishing those home improvement projects that we have planned for the home.
Mr. Bay, did you see the comment about the audio?
I did not.
Thank you, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, not at all, sorry. I saw something
It
come up.
appears that they can't hear us.
Mr. Bay, can you make sure the microphones are properly placed? So.
Yeah, we could actually see that. Perfect. That's probably the best we can really do there. We just move these back and forth as the applicant speaks. That's the only other option we really have. The green lights are on, so they're connected properly.
Okay.
I
I was hearing Ms. Vickerman fine, but we want to make sure that the other people are getting her testimony. Ms. Vickerman, does that conclude your statement?
Yeah, should I repeat myself if people couldn't hear? I'm happy to.
If you can briefly, just let's make sure, because it was the architect who wasn't able to hear you.
Yes, absolutely. So my primary concern, I am in the house that is directly south of this new property being built. Because of the 5-foot setback in the side yard between our properties, that would only lead to about 7 feet between our two properties. That could lead to some challenges in my own maintenance of my own home, as well as a potential in the reduction of the value of the property. Those are my primary concerns. So I would ideally prefer if there was a slightly more room, preferably about 3 more feet, between our two properties, in order to allow me to manage our own home.
Great, thank you so much. All right, Susan Shella, I'm sorry, Susan. Your last name I'm mispronouncing. If you'll go ahead with your statement. Do we still have Susan?
Susan is still online, she's muted.
Susan, it appears you may be muted.
Oh, sorry.
That's
Let
all
me move
right.
my cursor out the way.
That's
Um,
okay. Go ahead.
My concern with this structure is not only concern for my neighbors down the street who are on either side, and Mr. Vickerman raises, good concerns about the value of her own property and access to her own property. I'm also concerned about access to the utility pole that is behind this proposed property. I believe it's in the lot next door, but that's going to restrict CEI's ability to be able to access that pole at some point, which, is a real concern. Also, concern about fire hazard, again, particularly for the surrounding structures. And my other concern is that with this proposed setback and the front load garage and just the ranch style, it really doesn't fit with the historical nature of this area of West Park. So those are my concerns.
Okay, thank you very much.
Do you have a slide showing the elevation of the house and not just the side plan?
I do not.
I'm sorry, who's speaking?
Sorry, this is Pasquale Esposito from the Brandt Architecture team.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you have to be recognized before you can speak, Mr. Esposito.
My apologies.
Yes, we're gonna hear a statement and then we'll loop back to you. Okay, Cheryl Bertanashi.
Yes, thank you. My concern is the same as the speaker before me. A good example would be the fire that was set deliberately the other day. Those are older homes. Those homes on either side are older homes, older structures. We do live in a tight neighborhood, but with a 10 or 11 or 12-foot variance, at least you have some space between the buildings for fire hazards. Being that close, how do you get a fire crew in there? Our power lines, the house is set on what we call the historic end of the street. All of our power lines run in the back. This is why the planning there does not show the garage structure from the house from the previous street. It's right on the property line. It sits 3 feet in. If you have these buildings this close, the structure on the top in the back is a garage. You see how close it is to the back of the house plan there, okay? What do you have in a garage? You have gasoline, kerosene, paint cans. You might even have some kids' lithium battery scooter in there. If those houses are set within 5 feet and the power line is in the corner lot, right at the corner, what if that garage catches on fire? How close are the structures? How do you get a fire crew back there? The house to the south, there's a fence there. How do you get a fire crew back there to fight a fire? That is totally too close. 10 feet is too close. That house that caught on fire the other day in the city burnt both sides of the houses on either side, and they had the 10-foot variance. To put it closer, 5 feet, that's asking for a disaster right there. Those houses are older construction all the way around. They're wood constructions. That's just asking for trouble there, okay? We have a good fire crew in our neighborhood. We have excellent firefighters. Ask me, my house caught on fire. They put it out, saved the house, the whole bit, okay? But I can't imagine them trying to get down there with a ladder or an access even. We've had power lines in the back there that have come down. And you're only putting a 9-foot variance back there? How do you get a power crew to work back there? What happens if those power lines fall on the garage that's to the east? What if that power line falls on that extension back there? It's a disaster waiting to happen, okay? Now you're saying this is a new structure. I understand that, okay? I understand the concern of the people that have bought the property. I understand what they're saying, okay? Structurally, no. I don't think the house fits in the neighborhood at all. That is not my concern. How you want your house to look, that's your concern. I understand that. My concern is the safety, the power line, the access of a fire department if they have to get back there. You've got 2 back-to-back garages back there, and you've got that house pulled way too far back.
Okay, thank you very much for your statement. Okay, Ms. Brandt or Mr. Esposito, I'll give you an opportunity to respond to the concerns of the neighbors.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. So it seems that the biggest concerns are the side and rear lot setbacks, and I certainly understand that. But one thing that I would like to point out to the applicants or to the other commenters is similarly, the building code does allow that.
Ms. Brandt, you just cut out on us.
Considered a safety if operating concern. Okay,
Ms.
can you hear me
Brandt,
now?
Back up a little bit to where you started talking about the building code.
Excuse me,
Yes,
Madam Chair.
so the building code.
Yes, just a moment. Mr. Bay, yes?
Yeah, if you turn off your video, that might assist some of your bandwidth. Seems like the issue is more with your computer or your workstation there. If you turn off your video feed, it could assist the audio coming through. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me better?
Yep.
Excellent.
Great, go ahead.
I certainly understand the concerns. The building code does allow that anything within 5 feet of a property line must be fire rated. Anything 5 feet or over is not required to be fire rated. So I think the building code in and of itself addresses the concerns of the applicants with regard to proximity to adjacent structures. The neighbor to the south made a comment simply that her home is 2 feet off the property line and we are proposing 5 feet off the property line. And she would wish it to be greater. But I must point out that her home is non-conforming. If the city requires the houses to be 6 feet off the property line, we are seeking a variance of 1 foot. Her home sits 2 feet off that property line, so she is actually in a non-conforming position. And I don't think we should be holden to adjust our plans because of her non-conforming position. And I think that is one of the practical difficulties and criteria of granting a variance is, would denying this variance exceed rights not applied to other, not to us, but applied to others. And I think in this case that does. Garages have different setback requirements than homes do, and they have different fire rating requirements. Again, that other garage, whether it's in compliance or not, it's an existing condition, and we are held to the standards and the codes and will conform to them. We are simply seeking a variance on that rear setback.
Thank you. Mr. Esposito, did you have anything to add?
I'll just repeat my question from earlier, that if the if the slide with the elevation for the house could be pulled up while we're discussing the house
Thank you.
to address the other comment.
Certainly.
Madam Chair, I do not have the elevations of the proposed home. That's the slideshow.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Is this the only side we have?
Yes.
The package should have also included the floor plan and elevations.
Yes, that was all submitted.
So it's in our packet, it's just not.
Yeah, it was just emailed to you, Xavier. We did send it to the board members. They have seen the elevations. There was an oversight in sending it to Xavier.
Mr. Bay, are you able to load that?
Yeah, I'm working on it right now.
Pardon?
Yeah, I received the email and I'm working on downloading it now.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Schleif, are you wishing to make statement at this point?
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you. Yeah, so this was, as we had said at the top of the meeting, postponed from an earlier date. The original plan had the building situated closer to the street, which would have required changes to the front setback, which are not only unable for the board to give, but also I think when we talk about neighborhood aesthetic and kind of view sheds down streets, having a building protrude into that front setback, I think we can agree why that would be more problematic. So we're here today because the appellant opted to shift the building back, and now that's why that creates the need for the rear setback. I think that this case is a good example of how antiquated parts of our zoning code are. Design of the structure itself is I think arguably beyond the purview of this board. But bring it up just in that if we were to build exactly as the neighborhood exists, it would still require a number of variances, and it would be practically difficult to meet that 10-foot setback on all sides and be able to have a home of any size. One thing that we hear consistently, we being my office in the Development Corporation, is the need for kind of age-in-place housing in the neighborhood. We actually lose many residents to the suburbs who are unable to age in their own homes, and just the product doesn't exist in Cleveland. So to that end, I am inclined to be supportive of the variance to allow this to happen. I would request, to the degree that this board can request it or require it, an understanding of easements and access, especially for Ms. Vickerman's side, so that they can have access to the side of their home within that area to do maintenance and other things. But while this may not be the exact, this may design-wise and situation-wise might be a bit unusual and narrow for this particular street, it's not uncommon in other parts of the neighborhood.
Thank you, Councilman. And it brings up the point that what is before us are the 4 variances with regard to setback. The design and aesthetics of the home is not before us. That is not within our purview. So we are looking at the setbacks. Mr. Bay, have you been successful in loading the slides?
Yeah, there seems to be some type of issue with my file. It looks like it's somewhat corrupted here. If you can see, the image is somewhat distorted.
That's how it is in our file
Oh, I
too.
see.
That's just the file.
Okay.
This is all here.
So the board has received those drawings in their packet. Am I correct? All of the board members were able to get that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. All right. So you have that. So you have that so that you can see it. All right. Mr. Bay, are you speaking on behalf of this case for city planning?
Yes, I am.
All right. Would you like to go ahead and make statement, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Xavier Bay from City Planning. We support the variances that the appellants are asking for today. We worked with the appellant to manage their site plan to a form that the board can actually work with. As you know, the board is limited to front yard setback variances that they're able to give. So this is really, like Councilman Schleif actually mentioned, a good example of why we see so many variances, is that our zoning code is somewhat outdated and difficult to work with modern design. We don't see an issue with the setbacks that they're proposing today. So some of the other contexts on the street actually have very similar setbacks. It could just be the lack of the driveway in between the homes that the counter arguments are pointed towards with the concern of side yards distances. And I guess in comment to the power pole in the rear yard, seems to actually be like right at the corner of the neighboring property's garage. So I don't see an issue that this new home will be causing with access to that power line. And then to the concerns of fire, there seems to be ample room in the side yards here for fire department to access. And the fire department is another stage of approval that has to go through with new housing. So if there was any issue with fire having access to any part of this property in the occurrence of fire in the future, they wouldn't allow this permit to move forward. So that, all that being said, we don't see an issue with the variances the appellants are asking for today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bay. I'll go to questions and comments from the board. Ms. Holster, I'll start with you.
I don't have any questions, Madam
That's a
Chair.
major power line.
Okay. Ms. Wilson, questions or comments from you?
It's not a lot.
Thank you, Madam
lot of
Chair.
access back there.
To the appellant or the architect, I'm curious to know, has there been any consideration of how this would look without requesting the variance?
Significantly smaller and much more difficult to navigate as an aging home place.
Very good, thank you. That concludes my questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Ms. Brandt, if you would like to just remind everyone what the clearances are for hallways, for ADA, and for bathrooms and doorways.
Yes, thank you. We typically would have 3 feet for a hallway. We like to make it a little wider if we can. As you know, a wheelchair has access, but one's arms in maneuvering the wheelchair kind of elbow out to the side. Similarly, in bathrooms, it's recommended to have a 5-foot turning radius between plumbing fixtures, whether one is in a chair or has to transfer for a walker into a fixture, commode, shower, or has a healthcare provider assisting with any of that. It's 5 foot is sort of the rule of thumb.
Correct. All right, thank you. And that would be a hallway width, and the bathroom clearances remain pretty standard, but the hallway width is for a standard width wheelchair, not an extra wide wheelchair, which has become quite the norm these days. Ms. Roca, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, I believe we have 42 inches for the hallways. And we wanted to make sure that we maintain clearance in the bedroom area around the bed and where dressers and closets would be as well. So there's just for safety reasons, honestly, for accessibility and safety.
Correct. Thank you. All right, Ms. Roca, last but not least, questions and comments from you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any questions, and I just wanted to state with respect to Councilman Slive's comment regarding easements that my understanding, and I'm looking at our legal counsel here, is that that's a property interest and right between property owners to resolve amongst themselves, and not in jurisdiction of this board. Is that correct? Thank you.
Was that an affirmative answer from our legal counsel?
It was, sorry, it was a head shaking.
Okay.
In the affirmative, yes. So, and I just want to make sure that the adjacent neighbors here today know what that means.
Don't actually.
Okay. You can consult with an attorney, but in general, you may be able to work out a easement with your neighbors so that you can access your house for maintenance purposes. It's a very common arrangement between neighbors when there's not a lot of space. So I would suggest that you contact them, contact an attorney. But, you know, it might be an option for you to pursue. We just don't have the jurisdiction to mandate that to private property owners in terms of easement with each other.
Sounds good, thank you.
That's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Roca. Mr. Bay, back to you. I just want to be clear that the appellant did work with city planning since this was postponed from April 1st to address what Councilman Slife mentioned was the issue with the front yard setback, which is something that the Board of Zoning Appeals has no jurisdiction over, so that the plan was adjusted to remove that front yard setback issue and yet still fall within parameters that we could act on. Is that correct, Mr. Bay?
Thank you. Yes, this is Xavier Bay, City Planning. Correct, Madam Chair. That is the main reason why the rear yard variance has occurred in this hearing today. We have worked with the applicant to resolve the front yard setback issue.
Great, thank you so much. Are there any further questions or comments from the board?
We do have a hand raised from Ms.
Bertinacci.
Bertinacci.
Yes, Cheryl Bertinacci.
Go ahead, Ms. Bertinacci.
Thank you very much. My question is this: has the power company been notified of the variance? That is a major pole in the backyard. Those lines have come down before. Are they going to be notified that a structure would be built that far back towards them? And also, you mentioned about the fire department. I know you can put firewalls up. I understand that. Firewalls don't stop fires. They slow them down. Is that enough variance for the fire department? Has the fire marshal signed off on this? That's my main concern. I don't care what the building looks like. That's theirs. What I'm concerned about is the safety. I have had a house fire. I know how you have to have access to that side.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bay, do you want to reiterate the process that approvals go through that include fire and building regs?
Excuse me, Madam Chair, this is Xavier Bay. I'd like to defer to Shannon Leonard, who I see online, to better answer the question in regards to the process of permit.
All right, Ms. Leonard, would you like to respond?
Can you repeat the question?
The question was if you could clarify for the neighbor the process that the appellant goes through with their construction documents through building regulations and fire to ensure that the building meets the codes required.
Good morning, Shannon Leonard, Chief Zoning Administrator. So the process that any applicant goes through for the city is they'll first get a zoning review. If there's any nonconformities, they end up here at Board of Zoning Appeals. If their variances are granted, then their application moves on for building permit review. So that means that they have to meet all aspects of the Ohio Building Code, which follows under the International Building Code. And if they don't meet any of those standards, they will either have to meet those standards or they will go to the Board of Building Standards. But as it relates to fire safety and all of those items, those are generally things that have to be approved under the building code requirements. Those are not generally waivable variances. So no permit will be issued to build this home unless they meet all aspects of the Ohio Building Code.
Thank you. All right, any other further questions or comments?
May I just, because there was a second part of the question about the
utility,
power,
yeah.
my understanding, and maybe this is a
I'm
question
sorry,
for-
who's speaking?
I'm sorry, this is Councilman Slife, Chairwoman.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Just to follow up on the second part of the resident's question related to CEI, it's my understanding, but I'll defer to legal counsel, that the utility companies have universal easements on properties for access to rear utilities.
I would assume so, yeah, I guess I don't know, I would think so, yes.
Yeah, I mean, based on my work outside of this board, I think the answer is yes.
Okay.
Okay, do we have an affirmative on that?
Don't take my word for it, I believe to some level of,
No, I think we're all in
Knowledge.
agreement that that is correct, so, based on our experience. Okay. Thank you, Councilman Slife, for the follow-up on that. Board, I will entertain a motion, please.
Madam Chair, Ms. Roca here. Based on the testimony that we've heard today from the appellant's architects, the appellant, the adjacent neighbors, the councilman, and the city, I move that we approve the variances in calendar number 24-046 with no
Thank you. Could I
conditions.
I'm sorry, was there something else?
I said with no conditions.
Great, thank you. All right, could I have a second, please?
Board Member Holzer, I second.
Thank you, Ms. Holzer. Ms. Kukla, if you'll call the vote, please.
Sure. Ms. Wilson,
Yes.
Ms. Holzer,
Yes.
Ms. Roca,
Yes.
Ms. Bates.
Yes.
Calendar number 24-046 is granted. It'll be ratified next Monday. We will send the appellant a letter. But please feel free to contact our office next week for further instructions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank
You
you.
again.
Thank you, Councilman. Good to see you. Moving on, Mr. Bang.
Yes, Madam Chair, this is Xavier Bay. Our next case will be calendar number 24024-10022 Madison Avenue, as Councilman Danny Kelly is also present.
All right, Ms. Holzer, calendar 24-024.
Sure thing. Our next case is calendar number 24-024. This is at 10022 Madison Avenue. Shaker Madison LLC owner proposes to construct a new gas station in a C2 local retail business district and a pedestrian retail overlay district. The owner appeals for relief from the strict application of the Cleveland Codified Ordinances as stated in the agenda and the public record, of which there is one, with note that CPC approval is required. This case was postponed from March 4th, 2024. No testimony was taken at that time. It was postponed at the request of the councilman. And with that, I will hand it over to Ms. Wilson for the oath.
Thank you, Ms. Holzer. I will go ahead and swear in all who are present for this matter. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth? Hand, reply with I do. State your name, spell your name, and give your address. I see quite a few people with their hands raised. So I am going to start with the blue suit, which is to the right of my screen, at the table, the blue suit at the table.
I do, Madam Chairman. Sam Mohammed representing the owners here. I'm the consultant representing True North and the developers.
Okay, can you spell your name, please?
Yeah, Sam, Mohammed.
Okay, thank you. And I'll go to your left, white shirt, if you could swear in, please.
David Rogers, Executive Assistant to Councilman Danny Kelly, ROGERS, 601 Lakeside.
Okay, and do you swear or affirm that your testimony will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, very good, thank you. I'll go to your immediate left.
Councilman Danny Kelly, 601 Lakeside.
Okay.
You do.
I do, Danny Kelly.
Thank you very much. All right, I'll go to your left. I see a white shirt to your left.
Nate Law, 601 Lakeside, I do.
All right, thank you so much. And I'm gonna now behind Mr. Nate Walls. There's a blue kind of checkered shirt there with the hand raised. Yep, go ahead and swear in for me.
Chad Dasher, Westtown Community Development, 9926 Loring Avenue. I do.
Thank you. Can you spell your name for me, please, Chad?
CHADDASHER.
Okay. Very good. All right, I'll go now to your right.
Lakeside.
My name is Joe Nasser. I am the Ward 15 Executive Assistant to Councilmember Jenny Spencer, 601 Lakeside. I do.
Okay, can you spell your name, please?
Yeah, Joe is Joe, Nasser, Naser.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much. All right, I'll go to the right of you.
My name is Basil Abu Ukaz. I'm on 2079 West 98th Street. I do.
Okay, and I'll have you spell your name, please.
BASILABUUKKAZ.
Okay, thank you very much. And the screen is cut off. I can't see if there's anyone next to you.
Therese Pohorence, THERESE. My address is 2065 West 100th Street. And I do.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Nikki Hudson and I'm KKIHUDSON. I live at 1333 West 89th Street and I do.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Alan B. Waikiki. I have a house on West Boulevard. The address is 2029 West Boulevard. But I don't live there. You want my home address?
That's fine. You own property there, so you can say.
I'm the registered owner of that house, 2029
Okay.
West Boulevard.
Thank you.
I do.
Ms. Wilson, are you able to see every seat is full, so I'm not sure what you're able to see.
You know, every time someone speaks, the camera cuts to the one person, which means I
Okay,
can't see
great.
the room. So if you could help me navigate moving to the next person, that would be
Okay,
helpful.
let's move to right over here. And you're gonna have to speak really loudly in the back because our microphones are up here. And go ahead.
Deanna Muniz, 4201 Daisy, I do.
What is your first name?
Deanna Muniz.
Deanna
PA.
Muniz, MUNIZ. Okay, and next to you,
We can't quite hear.
Can't hear that at all.
I'll repeat. Tony Andrews, TONI, right? ANDREWS. And what?
4301 Daisy Avenue upstairs.
Okay, 4301 Daisy Avenue. You're next.
Brittany Andrews, BRITTANYANDREWS, 2006 West 98th Street, and I do.
That was Brittany Andrews, BRITTANY, Andrews, ANDREWS, 2006 West 98th.
Yeah, apartment 3.
Apartment 3. Next to you.
Anthony Andrews, same address, apartment 1, I do.
That was Anthony Andrews, spelled traditionally.
Yes.
Same address as before.
It's Anthony Arlington, ARLINGTON, 2156 West 98, and I do.
That was Anthony Arlington, ARLINGTON. What was your address again?
2156 West 98th Street.
Okay. 2156 West 98th.
Brent Eisenbach, EYSENBACH, 1267 West 103rd. I do.
Brent Eisenbach, EYSENBACH, 1267 West 103rd.
That's correct.
Okay.
Diab Darisa, first name DIAB, last name DAR, -ISSA, 3332 West 98th Street, and I do.
Okay, I got Leon, LEON, and then I could not.
Diab, Delta, India, Alpha, Boy. It's like Diablo without the one.
Okay,
Yeah. And then Darisa, I can spell that if you need to.
okay, yes, DAR,
And hyphen,
okay,
ISSA.
ISSA. Okay, thank you.
Apology, but 3274 West 97th Street.
Can you spell your first?
A-B-B-O-U-R.
B-A-D-D-O-U-R.
Agree.
Okay. Sir? Oh, ma'am? I'm sorry?
Cheryl Hudson with a C, H-U-D-S-O-N, 2044 West 99.
That's Cheryl Hudson with a C, Cheryl, and 20, I'm sorry. What was your address?
2044.
24
West 99.
West 99. Got it. And then, oh, we're going to this side.
My name is Susan Zimmerman, S-U-S-A-N, Z-I-M-M-E-R-M-A-N, 2094 West Boulevard.
Board members, can you hear that side of the room?
I can hear.
Okay, great.
Yeah, we're good. Thank you, Ms. Roca.
Nancy Keith, 2096 West 101.
Kayla Keith, 1940 West
I'm sorry. Go back to the previous person. What was that again?
That was Nancy Keith. And K-E-I-T-H, Keith.
Great, got it. Thank you.
And then this is
Kayla Keith.
Caitlin with a K or C?
Okay. 1940 West 96th Street, apartment 203.
1490 West 65th.
1940.
1940. Okay. Next, you're not here for these cases? Okay, great. We're gonna go all the way to the back, starting in the right-hand corner. No?
J Westbrook. Address 13800 Shaker Boulevard.
That was J Westbrook, 13800 Shaker Boulevard.
Thank you.
Sir?
Marwan Wukas. M-A-R.
M-A-R.
W-A-N.
W-A-N.
And the last name is A-B-U.
A-B-U.
Hyphen U-K-K-A-Z.
U-K-K-A-Z. So Marwan Abu Kazan.
Abu Kaz.
Oh, Abu Kaz, okay. And what's your address?
24589 Scott Boulevard.
24589 Scott
Yes,
Boulevard, okay.
And
We have a court reporter on the phone, so I'm trying to help her out.
yeah, I
Oh,
do.
Member Roca, I don't know if the last person said I do. Did Mr. Westbrook say I do?
No, he didn't. He does.
Okay.
Okay, so gentleman next to you.
My name is Armin Krasniki, A-R-M-E-N-D-K-R-A-S-N-I-Q-I. Address is 1483 West 98, Unit 3, and I do.
Okay, so I got Armand, A-R-M-E-N-D, and then I got K and R with your last name. What's
Westman, K-R-A-S-N-I-Q-I.
okay? N-I-Q-I. Q-I. Okay, and how do you pronounce that?
Krasniki.
Krasnitsky, and did you say you do? Okay. Next person.
My name is Jack Hamamra,
Jack.
J-A-C-K, last name Hamamra, H-A.
H. Well, hold on, slow down. H-A-M-A.
M-R-A.
H-A-M-A.
M-R-A.
M-R-A. Okay,
Yeah.
address?
10119 Detroit Avenue, apartment number 43, and yes, I do.
10199 Detroit Avenue. Okay, great. Sir?
Musa Assad, M-U-S-A-A-S-S-A-D,
Okay, we're gonna slow down. M-U-S-A.
A-S-S-A-D,
A-S-S-A-D, okay.
9815 Madison.
9815 Madison.
I do.
And I didn't get your last name. That's your first name, right, Musa?
First name is Musa
Last name is
Assad,
A-S-S-A-N?
A-S-S-A-D.
Okay, thank you.
What was that, Ms. Roca? A-S-S-A-N?
N, Hassan.
D.
Oh, D, I'm sorry. Okay, so it's Musa, M-U-S-A, first name. Last name, A-S-S-A-D as in dog.
Okay, got it.
Ma'am?
Maria Salas.
Maria Maria as Salas Salas.
Yes.
Okay. And your address?
10205 Madison Avenue.
10205 Madison Avenue. And do you?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Delta Green,
Well, I'm sorry.
LDA,
DA, DE,
LDA.
LDA, Delta.
Last name Green,
Okay, Delta Green.
my address is 10209 Madison Avenue.
Okay, 10209 Madison Avenue.
I do.
Thank you. Sir?
Yeah, my name is Martin Rivera. I live at 10119 Detroit Avenue, apartment 59.
Okay, so that's Martin Rivera or Rivera, R-I,
Ivera.
okay. Rivera. 10119 Detroit.
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else in the room for this case? I don't think there are any chairs left. All right, Madam, or Board Member Wilson, maybe there are people on the phone.
Is there anyone online wishing to speak in this matter? All right, looks like everybody's in the room. Back to you, Madam Chair.
All right. Excellent. All right, we did not hear any testimony on March 4th, so we'll take history of the property, please.
Thank you. This property was originally zoned general retail and multifamily in 1929. In 1966, it was changed to local retail business. In 2013, it was added to the pedestrian retail overlay district. In our records administration office, we found that in 1938, a permit was issued to erect a stores building. Madam Chair, I'd also like to state that this property is also known as 1991 West Boulevard. There are 3 variances in the record for those addresses. Calendar number 89-87, this board refused a variance to establish use of used car sales and office in the existing building on site, which was identified as a gas station. That was 1989. In 1991, this board refused a variance to change use to a repair garage, and that's calendar 91-19154, and that was in 1991. And then in 1998, this board granted a variance to erect the current building on site. At that time was known as the Repco discount drug. And that was in 1998, and again, that calendar number is 98-25. Madam Chair, I believe that is the pertinent information to report. Thank you.
Yeah, that's very pertinent.
So the 1991 variance was denied. That was for the auto repair shop.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So we have a refusal in 89, a refusal in 91, and in 98, the variance was granted to erect the existing building. Correct, Ms.?
Correct. Yes, that's
Okay,
correct.
great. All right, we'll go to legal standard, please.
We're not prepared for questions.
Madam Chair, members of the board, appellant is requesting a use variance from the requirements of the zoning code. To obtain the use variance, appellant must prove that denying the request will result in an unnecessary hardship particular to the property such that there will be no economically feasible use of the property without variance. Will deprive the appellant of substantial property rights, and the granting variance will not be contrary to the purpose and intent of the zoning code.
Great, thank you very much. One quick question to Councilman Kelly. This was postponed at your request so that you could have community meeting with yourself, the members, the neighbors in your ward, and also Councilman Spencer's. Did that take place?
Yes, it did. We had a community meeting at Cadell Rec with Councilwoman Spencer wasn't there, but I was there, but there were many of her residents were there as well.
Okay, what was the date of that community meeting?
Do you remember?
Right offhand.
I don't remember offhand, Madam Chair. I can get that for you.
Okay. And how many did you have in attendance, would you say?
25.
Yeah,
24.
probably close to 25 people.
Okay, super, thanks. All right. Mr. Mohammed Sam, are you going to be the spokesperson for the appellant?
Yes, Madam Chairman.
All right, go ahead.
Madam Chairman, thank you, and board members. What we're proposing here is a True North site to convert the current building as it currently sits to 3,500 square foot gas station retail, and the remainder of it to be developed as local retail. So what we're actually asking the board to do is bring it more in compliance. We're going to go from 11,000 square feet of general retail to only 3,500 square feet of general retail. The remainder of it will be all local retail. We're not asking for the rest of it to have any variances for general retail. The other thing I'd like to point out, this is a unique property that CDS built, and they built it even in advance to meet the overlay district standards. If you look at the building, the building is to the street line. It has the fake facade to give it a retail type look, and it meets the exact type of standards that we've built across the city in overlay districts. And I believe I put some in your file. If you look at that, we're currently building on 14th and Clark. We had proposals at Lee and Miles. And if you look at those proposals that were approved by planning and this one, they're almost identical, where the building comes up to the street line. Okay, gives you that retail type look. And it has the pumps, minimizing a traditional gas station, which would be pushed back and everything to the front. And that is the main purpose of the overlay district, and I believe we meet that criteria. What we're here before you asking is relief from the general retail requirements for that gas station. And as the prior meeting, you heard both Planning Commission and Councilman Slight said we have to really take a look at revising some of the zoning code because it is obsolete. Current gas stations are really your today's corner stores. If you look at the code the way it is, it puts gas stations in a general retail use because it still considers them service. The vast majority of gas stations today are your corner stores. They do not provide any service or repair shops. That's what throws us into that category. And I'm asking for the board to give us relief from that, but because that's an undue hardship for the property owners and to meet that strict criteria of the code, especially the way this building's been designed, the size of this building, which is 11,000 square feet. How do you develop it? It's been vacant. We've worked with Westtown Development. We worked with the councilman on ways how to get it developed. And this has been sitting vacant with no takers for the past 2.5 years, not even any offers to have any type of development. When Westtown reached out to us, it was difficult, but we were able to put a package together, hopefully to increase the retail presence on that strip, and that's exactly what the intent of the code is for the overlay district, is to protect the integrity of that retail area. And we're not proposing to have any changes. That building will not change one bit. The intent of that code is to make sure new buildings or anything like that don't get pushed back, and they want everything to the street. And we're before you saying none of that changes. We're not proposing any curb cuts to add any curb cuts to the area, and I know that was some concern. Some people didn't look at the code, and I know we have opposition, but I can tell you some of the opposition really didn't give this a fair shot and really look at this. They talk about curb cuts. There's no extra curb cuts that are being, and traffic on West Boulevard of Madison is moderate at best. The traffic has been going actually a lot less than going up because of two things. You have the opportunity corridor, less people are taking that exit to come downtown. And on top of that, when the Shoreway became a boulevard, a lot less people started taking that shortcut because they were getting speeding tickets now, taking that shortcut. So it is much easier to get to the clinic and University Circle, just stay on 90. And that's relieved a lot of the traffic. And it was, even at its peak, was never considered by any stretch of the imagination that this is a high traffic area. Other concerns in the neighborhood that when we met with the neighbors, oh, this is too close to, a recreation center and a school. I can assure you that there's gas stations without any issues within this ward. West 117th, Halloran Park, there's 3 gas stations in that vicinity. Bel Air, West 106th, you got the ball field right next to it. There have never been any issues that we're aware of, okay? And when I looked at the records with Shell and everyone else, that there's anything that would be negative where the gas station would cause on the neighborhood. There's always some of those concerns that were stated by the neighbors. It wouldn't matter if this was a gas station or any other retail, it would be the same exact concerns that would come before this board. We're not really asking for anything other than something that's well within the board's right to grant. We're asking actually for half a jump, because if this would be automatic, granted, or we don't even need to be for, if it was in a local or limited retail district or a general retail district. And this board has routinely granted those half a jumps to do that. We feel this would be a big benefit to the neighborhood. And to let you know, we originally heard that other retail establishments were opposed. And I believe you're going to hear from the councilman in Ward 15 saying this would have a negative impact on other retail establishments. We had open house meetings I would say 2 weeks ago for 10 days straight, for neighbors just to come in, take a look at this, tell us your concerns. And we had a special meeting with the two businesses on both sides of us, 9815 and West 102nd and Madison, with both retail establishments, and both were in favor. I don't know, they said they would show up or send letters. I'm not sure. I believe there's a gentleman here. I can't speak for him. He can speak for himself, but I thought it went well, and we came to an agreement that both of the retail establishments will actually help each other. We could enter in arrangements to share security for the neighborhood. Instead of having one person share that cost, we would stretch the burden based on square footages and frontage, and either we do it ourselves and we're in agreement to do that, or if the council people would help and let other establishments, help us police that area a little better and take the burden off the Cleveland Police Department. We also let the councilman know this is not a 24-hour operation. This is also, we are in agreement to get in a community benefits program for the neighborhood and the site. And to let you know, Shell has always been a good partner with the residents of the city of Cleveland. In 2001, when BP pulled out, after BP pulled out as a major corporate presence in Cleveland, Shell came forward with $2.5 million in scholarships for needy kids that needed college scholarships. So they've always been a player in the area and always understand how to give back to the community. And it's a very substantial retail establishment. As it anchors that, I believe the neighborhood is going to be happy with the mix of retail that can come in there. We've already had interest from banks. We had interest from others, as if Shell is as if they're the anchor, a reputable anchor coming in to that center. Without that, you're not going to get anyone to really come in. No one's interested to come into any type of retail without a major anchor bringing or driving traffic there. Madam Chairman, the other issue that we heard from the neighbors that I want to address is the myth of environmental issues with gas stations. There's a better chance, okay, that your house would leak a natural gas line than a gas station having a release. Another myth, and we've talked to this with the Planning Commission when we met with the Planning Commission, they asked us to come here first. If we get your approval, then we're going to go back. We still have to go in front of landmarks and deal with our design review issues, but we need to get over the use issues before we go and address the other issues. And one of their issues were, they don't want this to be a brownfield. Well, currently, I challenge them, if there is any gas stations that are in the city that haven't been cleaned up, please bring them to our attention, because there's a super fund with the state of Ohio. All stations have to be part of it, or you cannot open or get a license. It's an annual fee, there's a deductible, and you have to have a financial bond. And it's more than having for example, insurance when you drive, because if you need insurance to drive and you don't have insurance, you can take someone's car. Here, you cannot operate. You cannot get gas. Your supplier will not supply you if you do not meet those criteria. So you would be shut down the minute you're out of compliance. That gas station cannot cause harm because it suddenly stops. You're out of business. See, that's the fact for environmental. The myth that's been out there is, we've got all these vacant gas stations. There's tanks under the ground. And I've challenged the Planning Commission, if you need help, please bring those forward because those are not part of brownfield. The state has billions in their super fund specifically for gas stations, and they fund themselves. Madam Chairman, I yield the floor now to the other and hear from the residents, and I can address some of their other concerns. But I can tell you, most of the residents that we had initially, a lot were opposed, but really never gave a shot to really look at it. When we attended the meeting, the councilman was there. Most wanted to take a vote before we even showed them what the plan was. They were already dead set against it, and we don't want it. So 2 weeks ago, we opened an open house there for 10 days. We invited specific streets at a time. And I thought we had I think once they seen the entire plan, they liked it. I hope they sent their letters to the board after those meetings of 2 and 3 weeks ago, that the negatives turn positive or more of the negatives turn positive. And I'm not sure what the mix is here today, but I'm sure I'll hear from them and I'd like to address them after.
Thank you, Mr. Mohammed. We did receive a number of correspondence letters, and you covered a lot of points that I'm sure you would have covered as rebuttal points. Give us some basic information. What is the intended hours of operation?
The intended hours of operation, when we talk to the other retail establishments, are basically from 6:30 a.m. till 10 during regular days, on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday till 11, or maybe midnight at the latest.
Wait, so by regular days, you mean
Monday through Thursday.
Monday through Thursday?
But this is not a 24-hour operation.
So Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, your intent is to be open until 12 midnight?
Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
From 6:30 a.m. to 12 midnight?
Yeah. And then once they'll make adjustments, the retail establishment will make adjustments if the traffic dies off, it could be as early as 10.
Well, should this get approved, we have to have your maximum.
Well, the maximum is midnight, Madam Chair.
All right.
Did you say midnight on Sunday too? Same hour?
No.
No, closed on Sunday.
No, 10.
10 p.m. on Sunday.
So Monday to Wednesday, and then Sunday is 6:30 to 10.
Correct.
Okay. Number of employees you are going to have?
The Shell station will have 4 employees, Madam Chairman, at all times. So it would have, its monthly payroll would have approximately employing about 16 employees and 2 managers, so 18.
Okay, so 4 on duty at all time with 18 total employment.
Yes, ma'am.
And what's the ratio of gas and EV pumps?
There's 4 gas pumps, 2 EV to start, Madam Chairman. That's the threshold. As demand goes up, EV stations are added. There's currently 2 EV universal stations that are being proposed.
Okay.
And once we see what the mix is there's about 3 different networks for the universal stations. We'll go to the appropriate one. Which one? Because so you can pick it up on your app and know where to fill up. You don't want to be an independent and having just an EV station. You want to be able to be found and part of a network that already has your credit card in there and things like that, or make it easy for EV owners.
And do you know what the closest gas station to you is that offers EV?
I don't think there are any that are near us that offer EV, Madam Chairman.
And what about regular gas stations? What's your closest one?
Regular gas stations, about, I believe there's a BP at West Boulevard and Lorraine. And there's independent Liberty Gas on 85th and Lake.
Okay. All right, to the council person, typically council likes to go last. Is it your wish to do that, Councilman Kelly?
Yes, I do, Madam Chair. Thank you.
All right, and so what I'd like to do is go ahead, hear from the neighbors, and then loop back and hear from the CDC, Councilman Spencer's representative, and Councilman Kelly then. All right?
Madam Chair, do you want me to navigate the room for you?
Yeah, and ideally, I'd love to separate this into support and oppose opposing.
Okay, we can start with.
If you can do that.
Sure, and then when you, for those, because if people in the back, we can't hear you on the mic at all, so.
They'll need to step forward.
Right, so let's start with support. If you are in the room today and you are supporting the project, please come up here to one of the mics and start your public comment. Let's do one at a time, so let's do these two people in the front. Go ahead, ma'am.
And they have to restate their name before they speak.
Yes, you have to restate your name and then
Sure.
move forward with your comments.
My name is Therese Pahorens, and I live on West 100th Street. And I can see this property from my front porch. All I have to do is walk out my door and look to the right, and I can see this building. I've been active in the community since the 1980s. I remember when the houses and the apartment building that used to be there in the old store were torn down. I remember when there was a gas station on that location. It closed up in the 1980s. I watched the tank be pulled out of the ground at that time. I was part of a group that really didn't want to see anything put on that lot at the beginning. And we were told it was impossible. We wanted to make that part of the park. And we were told that was impossible, and it became a CVS. And we didn't want it to be a CVS because of just what happened here. It closed. It became dysfunctional and closed. And the last 2 years, it's just been a vacant building that all the homeless in the community seem to use as an outdoor toilet. And children and anybody passing that has to see what happens when the place is just vacant. We have a lot of homeless in the area, and they go into the little alcoves and use it as a toilet. It's terrible. Something has to go there, and I believe a shiny new gas station will fill the bill. That area has been jerked around by the city of Cleveland for many, many years. And there have always been people that don't live in the community that want to come in and tell us what to do with our community. And it just doesn't work most of the time. The people that actually live here want to be in control of what goes on around them. It's been a nasty building. Even when the last few years that it was a CVS, it was a nasty building. Nobody took care of it. Since it's been vacant, Story Church and the councilman have been there several times to clean up the property. There's people that have dumped there. Besides the nasty stuff that the homeless people there, it becomes a dump. It's a dump, and it's also a drug being handoff during rush hour. You'll see. Oh, don't shake your head, Fauzi. I live there. I see it.
All right, let's stay focused, everyone.
Stay focused on your comments.
Right. It's a drug handoff. I walk my dogs at 7 in the morning. I can see the cars pull into that parking lot and hand stuff off. It's got to be drugs, or maybe it's important executive papers that people have to get downtown, but I doubt it.
We'll just give you a couple, like 30 more seconds.
2 more minutes, I'm sorry. Most of the people my age in the community, and I walk around and ask people and talk to people all the time, are for the gas station, and they wanted to have an air pump because we have no working air pump in the vicinity. That most of the older women want the air pump, but we are supporting this place being used as a gas station. Yes.
Thank you so much for your comments. And Madam Chair, I forgot to ask, how long do we want to limit comments to?
I think, Ms. Roca, that in this situation, we're going to have to limit to the 2 minutes.
Okay.
And are you capable of being sentry for that?
Yes, let me just get out my trusty cell phone here.
Okay.
Hold on, please. Okay, next person in support. She's coming from the back. We'll get you next.
My name is Delta Green.
Delta Green, okay, go ahead.
Okay, I support it because growth in our community is good no matter what. And it, like she said, it's terrible. So something needs to come in that's good. Basically, that's it.
Is there any specific reason you support a gas station there? You want to speak to that?
Well, because there's a lot of good use out of the gas station. You know, it's good for the community. It's a little store. You go in and get what you need. You know, just not gonna be just like a little convenience store, I assume. So that's good for the community.
All right, thank you so much. Sir in the blue, you could come up.
Should I state my name?
Yes, please state your name.
I'm Basil Abu Ukaz. I want to state that I'm here representing my mom. She wanted to be up here, but she got called into work. But I care enough about this issue to actually come up here. I go up to Cadell Rec Center probably every day. I make my walk past this abandoned building, and quite frankly, I just think it looks sad, and I think it's just brand new business would be nice.
Anything else to add?
That's it.
Okay, thank you so much.
Maria Salas.
Go ahead, Ms. Alice.
I've lived around the neighborhood long enough since I've been little, and I've seen the off and ons of the buildings. The new improvement will be great for the neighborhood, new employment to supplement the work there and make the neighborhood look better. And improve everything that goes around there. You know, be safer for the kids.
Safer for the kids, okay, thank you. All right, anyone else in support? Thank you, come up forward, sir.
Okay, so my name is Martin Rivera, and I'm in support of building a gas station there. Because as Sam already mentioned, the building is vacant. And building a gas station would include a convenience store. So based off of that, the CVS is more of an inconvenience store. There's really not much you could do there. Also, as she's already mentioned, there's always a lot of homeless people that surround that area. And people tend to stay away from it, as the homeless people, it deters attention away from it. Because every time you walk by them, they want to harass you and they want to ask you. And it's not something I really would like to deal with. And I feel like building a gas station there would make it seem more alive. And 10119, which is my address, is right across the street from it. And I feel like having a gas station there would make it convenient to where I wouldn't have to drive like down the street right or down the street left or however far I have to go to pump gas. It's right there in front of me. Also, I could grab a quick bite before heading to work. So I'd like to say that I'm in full support of it, and I like the idea of business owners taking advantage of this opportunity. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in support? But she's next, and then we'll go to you, sir. What's your name? Caitlin?
Caitlin Keith.
Okay.
I think that a new building would be really great for the community. It would just make our community look better. The abandoned building being around the parks and the schools and stuff like that, that's not great for the activity that happens in the parking lot with all the kids and the rec centers and stuff. With a lot of like CVS's and Family Dollars and stuff like that closing, we don't really have a lot of stores to make a quick stop and stuff like that. So I think, and it's not just a gas station, it's gonna be other businesses, so it'll be like a nice little stop to have a little bit of everything.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir?
Anthony Andrews.
Remember, the mic is right here.
Oh, yeah. I'm for the gas station. I think it's gonna be a great idea to put it there. The other two gas stations we got in that neighborhood, they're kind of bad. You know, ran down. A lot of people hang out there. And I know this place is gonna be clean, no loitering, and it'd be good for our area. A lot of people live there that walk, and there's a lot of older people too that live there. So that'll be a good place for them to go shopping and, you know, close to home right there. And I think that's about it.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else in support?
My name is Musa Assad.
Assad? Musa Assad, yes, go ahead.
I'm the owner, the family owns the two buildings, which is 9815 Madison and 9805, building next to it.
On both sides?
Yes, we own both. And I rather see this building like this better than would be like, you know, that looks like trash. You know, and I seen too many cars dealing and wheelings in there. I passed by like 3 days ago and I see like people's dealing and wheelings. I don't know what they're doing. I'd rather have it open and looks like this because that's what we deserve. We deserve the best for the neighborhoods. And I think it looks beautiful.
Thank you.
I'm Brittany Andrews. I'm for the gas station. My address is 2006 West 98th. I think it'd be a great thing for the community. Plus, like the gas is closer, so I don't have to go so far. Being a female and all, walking late at night to go grab something to drink or something that's not very safe in the neighborhood. So that being there would be great.
Thank you.
Right there.
Right by the microphone, yeah, sorry, but. Nancy Keith.
I think with the lady that came up first, kind of summed it all up. I think the gas station would be great. It's not really, I'm trying to think like where the sites up on Lorraine and BP, there's always a wait there. But yeah, I think the rundown is horrible for the kids to see. Something needs to get in there soon. But I really agree a lot with everything that you said. I mean, you summed
And
it
by
up.
your, just for the court reporter, you're agreeing with the statements of the first
Yeah,
comment by
she
Ms.
pretty much
Pro-Carrots.
hit every topic.
Okay, all right,
So
thank
I'm
you.
agreeing. Thank you.
Come up, ma'am, please.
Hi, my name's Tony Andrews.
Tony Andrews, okay.
And I'm for the gas station. I think it would be good to have a gas station right there because the kids going into the park always, they can come and grab a bite, especially because I have nieces. I have an 11-year-old and 9-year-old niece, and I don't think the drugs and everything should be something that they should be seeing while they're playing at the park. Because sometimes kids are curious and they will go and try to see what's going on, and I'd rather that not happen. And I think it's just be safer for everyone.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else, sir?
Hello, I'm Anthony Arlington, and as a resident that stays right around the corner of 98th and personally own 4 vehicles and a few off-road toys, I think the idea of a gas station and multiple use of the space would be a real addition because I have vehicles that are really terrible on gas. So driving a few blocks down the road, I've broke down a few times. So just being right around the corner, I feel like it's a great addition, not only to us, but to our community in general.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, my name is Jack Mama. I live right across the street from the building, and I'm so excited to get like Shell. Like I think our neighborhood deserves that opportunity to have it.
Okay, thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Armand Krasnichi, and I live 3 streets over from this building. And today I'm representing my parents. Unfortunately, they didn't make it, but I did. So honestly, it's overwhelming knowing your parent went out for a walk and you see all these people around this building doing drugs, doing all sort of stuff, harassing people and all this. It's not good for our parents, our grandparents, our kids, and everybody. And honestly, on this street, if this actually happens, this will be the most beautiful building on that street. There's nothing will be better than this. There's another 2 stores there, but those, no female, nobody want to walk indoors because always people hanging around, always people harassing, and all this other stuff. And this would be the closest gas station to me and more convenient at any time of the day. Also, the closest gas station is the BP, but that BP is half of this room. No one can wait in that long line, wait for gas, people harassing at any time during the day or night. So I fully support it. It's a great idea.
Thank
Thank you
you.
so much.
Next. Sir, come on up.
My name is Marwan Abu Kaz, and this has been my neighborhood since college. And it was, you know, it has been a beautiful neighborhood, actually. I don't live there right now, but I lived for so many years. You know, the building that is standing there right now, it's actually making the neighborhood look bad and bringing the value, the property's value down. Plus, you know, when you walk by, you feel like you're walking through like a rundown town. Having a building like that, it's gonna make it look beautiful. It's gonna make the value of the property go up. And you would actually get traffic, whether it's from the neighborhood or from outside coming in, which is gonna bring more income even to the city and to the neighborhood, and, you know. So I am in favor of having that new building with the gas station.
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
thank you. Anyone else in support? Ma'am, come on up. Okay. Well, maybe we'll get through everyone in the room, and then we'll go to the letters. Oh, okay, after, okay. Go ahead, your name?
Deanna Munoz.
Deanna
Yeah.
Munoz?
Just as she said earlier, I agree with everything she said from the jump. To do something different and make the community better for everybody else.
So your support?
Yes.
For making the community better?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to add?
No.
Okay. Anyone else in the room for support? Okay, Madam Chair, Ms. Kukla has some letters, many letters that she's going to summarize in support.
Yeah, I think what we'd like to do, do we have folks in the room that are in opposition?
Yes.
Madam Chair, I think it's pertinent, as we've taken the support comments first, that I should just count the number, mention the number of letters we've received and just briefly summarize them. I wouldn't be reading each letter.
Right, because there's a lot. So.
Yeah, so just for the record, we have 17 support letters. The comments in the letters are very similar to what we've heard so far, that they are tired of the vacant eyesore, that they welcome the reinvestment by Shell, and there was a note that they believe that the opposition is from outside the community. There, again, are 17 support letters. I did notice that there were approximately 4 letters from folks that are present today and made comments.
Okay, thanks.
So excluding the people that we have here that already have provided total support, that's
13.
We have 13 support letters outside of the support that we're hearing today.
Yes.
Okay.
That's what I asked.
Right.
13. Okay, great, thanks. Madam
Okay.
Chair?
Yes,
Would you like us to move on to opposition comments, or how would you
Yes.
like? Okay.
Yeah, let's move on to opposition.
We do have a hand raised.
Oh, sir in the back.
Can I add one more thing? if you don't mind?
Your name is Armand? Armand?
Musa.
Oh, Musa Hassan, yes.
We should say no to the abandoned building and abandoned houses in the city. Because we need the city to be shine again with these new projects.
Okay, and I'll just, for those on the call, Mr. Assad would like to state that we need new buildings, new projects in the city, and new reinvestment.
Got it.
No more vacant and abandoned buildings. Okay, all right, moving to opposition in the room. Let's see, is there anyone in the front row Okay, we'll start with you, ma'am, if you can come up. Say your name and your comments.
My name is Nikki Hudson. I live in the Cadell neighborhood for the past almost 22 years. And I've heard a lot of comments from people about the fact that it's a vacant building. And specifically, my problem isn't with the retail that's planned, it's with the gas station, the actual pumps at the site. I've been working with the group to save Cadell Commons Park from having its trees and green space loss, and to have a gas station being proposed immediately next to the park feels like an environmental catastrophe waiting to happen, and it, to be quite honest, feels like an attack on the Cadell neighborhood specifically. As I said, my problem is not with the retail that's proposed, it's with the gas station, which is specifically prohibited in the pedestrian overlay, which is why we're here today, because they're seeking a variance from that. There's a reason that gas stations are specifically prohibited from pedestrian overlay areas, and that's to encourage the pedestrian use around the site, people walking on foot to the rec center, to the park, to the school that's located, to the rapid station that's right there. And the gas station would increase car traffic, it would increase emissions from the vehicles, and it would be, unfortunately, a detriment to the neighborhood. I believe you should wait for a use that is better and consistent with the pedestrian overlay district.
Thank you. Sir, come on up.
Yes, my name's Alan Yee. I own a house that's about 300, maybe 300 to 400 feet away from where the gas station is, the proposed gas station is. All right. That's a very high prone accident area. All right. There's two sharp curves. One is between, Madison and Western. All right. It's like a 90 degrees and then another 90 degrees. I mean, I'm sure that people have gone through there. It's 90 and 90. All right. And then on the other side, between Madison and Detroit, it's the same thing. It's 90 and 90. And you've got people speed around those curves. And that's not an ordinary intersection. All right. Ordinary intersection only has two streets. All right. It would be like Madison and West Boulevard. All right. You got 101st Street that stretches from Detroit Avenue by where the West Park, well, the rapid transit is, that goes all the way up to, Western Avenue and beyond. It dead ends at I-90. And if you go, south from like Detroit to, you come to West Boulevard, there's a yield sign, all right? And then if you want to continue on West 101st Street, and there's a lot of houses there, you got another yield sign, which is on that little island, all right, where people walk their dogs or, it's like a little park. So you got two yield signs on West 101st Street, all right? And then you have a stop, for the traffic that goes north on 101st Street, towards either Madison Avenue or whatever. You have a stop sign. It's a very complicated, arrangement.
That was not you, that was a previous timer. You still have a minute left.
All right. How much more time?
1 minute.
1 minute. All right. And I'll tell you, a lot of people, they use, called Memorial Shoreway State Route 2. All right.
Yes.
They use West Boulevard quite frequently, during the morning rush hour. I can't back out of the driveway. I have to, have my car pointing nose first, to get onto the street. So you got the morning rush hour and then you got the afternoon rush hour. It's a lot of traffic, all right? And when you have that gas station there, there's gonna be more traffic. And I believe he only has two curb cuts, right? one on Madison Avenue.
think three.
And the other,
Three curb cuts?
The other one is a service.
Okay.
That's for deliveries. It's not for customers.
Not for customers, so two curb cuts for customers, okay, that's
So,
correct.
okay, so it's one on Madison Avenue, I guess two on West Boulevard, is that correct? Or two on Madison Avenue and one on West Boulevard?
There's
But I-
one curb cut for people and traffic on Madison Avenue.
Well,
one-
Look,
What?
I can assure you that most of the traffic will be on West Boulevard. All right, and it's gonna be one big traffic mess.
All right, we're gonna have to wrap it up.
That's it.
Okay, great, thank you. Next person, please.
If everyone could please silence their cell phones, it's distracting for our court reporter.
Sorry, although mine hasn't gone off.
That's-
My name is Susan Zimmerman. I live at 2094 West Boulevard, just down the street from, the home Alan owns there. And ditto for everything Alan said and everything Nikki said. And if Mr. Mohammed thinks it's moderate traffic, I would like to invite you to come and hang out on my front porch. I'll make the coffee. 7:30 a.m., anytime between 7:30 a.m. and 7 p.m. Come and see the traffic on West Boulevard and how crazy people drive. As Alan said, that's a very complex intersection. And I think with my written comment, I hand drew a map. But it goes like this, 2 90-degree curves, crosses Madison, and then just north of that, a V intersection, and then the intersection of Detroit. Very complicated intersection. So if you think it's moderate traffic, I would invite you to come over. Also, I wondered, the gas station on Bel Air you mentioned by the baseball park?
Correct.
Is that a station that you've been involved in? Okay.
I just mentioned stations because there was objections saying the station near a park. And I mentioned there's some that there's no issues that we've heard.
Well, that may be true, but this would be very dangerous, especially for kids, old people, people in wheelchairs use that intersection. There's a lot of pedestrian traffic going every which way,
We understand.
and people walking their dogs. Also, I'd like to know what banks have made you an offer.
That's confidential. We're not going to discuss.
Because all the
Oh,
banks in the
folks,
neighborhood
I'm
have
sorry,
moved out.
we're not gonna do back and forth questions like this.
Okay.
If
I'm
you'll
just saying,
make
all
your-
the banks in the neighborhood have moved out, so it's doubtful that a bank wants to move
It's
in there.
because the thought came.
No, commentary.
We'll address this. I'll let-
Anyway, I just,
Doesn't have a gavel,
Please
but-
stay in order.
I was more articulate in my letter, so I know you
We
have all my
a lot of people-
objections,
a
yeah,
lot of people
exactly.
because you have 47 seconds.
Okay, I'll cede that to Jay Westbrook.
I'll address those issues.
Okay,
And Ms. Roca, before the next speaker, could I just get the name of the woman who just spoke, please?
that was Susan Zimmerman.
Thank you very much.
And we're gonna wait for 1 second, Ms. Kukla. Oh, she left, okay. Sir, state your name.
Good morning, Fauzi Badur.
Fauzi,
Fauzi Badur.
okay.
I'm a Kudal community resident. I'm a community activist for 45 years in that community. That location, I mean, if a variance was granted to them to put the gas station, it would be probably the only place in this whole world, a gas station set next to a park, public park. Kids walk in and out to the park. Kids walk to the school right behind. And they walk in the morning and they walk out at discharge. When CVS opened, I was there and I was here. CVS did not sell tobacco product. CVS sold the beer in 12 bag, did not sell them in 24 ounce and single cans. So they were very careful to make sure the kids don't get in any kind of default. The other thing is I mean, I don't want to say they did, but there is no home. I mean, homelessness is all over the place. To blame the homeless just to bring any business, set it in that place, that's a crime. That's a crime by itself, because that location can be one day and can attract one day some other businesses. Homelessness is innocent. I mean, when anybody blames the homeless person for a crime, I mean, or for using a place, find him a place, find him a shelter, take him to a shelter. I see homeless, I'll take him to shelters. I don't see homeless people go do what they say they do in there. I'm there. I'm there more than anybody else that claim to be in that location or in that area or in that community. I'm in the park, outside the park, around that location.
To wrap it up, sir.
Wrap up?
Yes,
Okay.
please.
I just want to say, I'm opposed. I can't accept a gas station. As Nikki said, we're not opposing to the retail place. They can open any retail place and I appreciate it, but I'm opposed to gas station. Gas station will hurt kids, the traffic, kids will die and people will die if the gas station is open. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person, please. Give me a second to reset my. Sir, state your name.
Hi, my name is Diab Darisa, and I'm a West 98th resident. It's not the investment I'm opposing. I actually applaud those looking to invest in our
Hold on just
community.
1 second. Can you have talking silenced and other cell phone silenced, please? It's hard to hear. Thank you.
It's not the investment I oppose. I actually welcome it. We in Cleveland are in a strategic position. We are a Tree City, USA. We're a historic city with a historic street grid. This neighborhood was built for people and not cars. Granted, all of us here probably have a car, but the point I'm getting at here is I would much rather see this space allocated for green space, housing, or something walkable, especially given the fight that me and some of my colleagues are in right next door at Kudell Park. I don't know if any of you know this, but CMSD basically wants to take that entire park. So if that park is basically gone, this is allocated for something else that's not really for people. We're privatizing land that should be for the people. So in closing, I would like to see investment in the form of either a park, new housing, and for those who think a new gas station would be the prettiest thing in this neighborhood, I implore you to walk around and look at these gorgeous Victorian homes. We live in a historic city. We need to honor this. And people that do not care about that, our legacy is being diminished every day. With every new project, you're chipping away at our legacy. I applaud people bringing in a new tax base, but I would much rather see that done through historical preservation, green spaces, or something that's better for the public, given the grid and the neighborhood that we do live in here currently. So I thank you guys. And I applaud that we're bouncing ideas off of each other respectfully. And I thank you. That's my time.
Thank you. Next person.
Hi, my name is Brent Eisenbach, 1267 West 103rd Street. I'd like to echo what everyone's saying about the traffic situation in that area. I go that way quite frequently, and I would say just about every time I go through that intersection, there's people running red lights, not just yellow lights, but red lights. And now when we add in two-way traffic coming and going off of Madison and two-way traffic coming and going off of West Boulevard, it's going to only increase the level of traffic congestion and potential crashes that'll happen there. I would like to say Mr. Mohammed said that this isn't about a gas station, that he wants to create a new neighborhood convenience store. I would question those motives, given that there's a convenience store 1 block to the east and another convenience store 1 block to the west. I'm happy for any capitalist to try to make their go and put other people out of business, but to just claim that this is not about the gas pumps, that it's about trying to create a new convenience store, I think is disingenuous. With regard to the gas pumps themselves, the pedestrian retail overlay didn't just happen overnight. It came through a very deliberative process. It came through a process that had to be vetted by many different departments and agencies and residents within the city of Cleveland before it was enacted. And it's aspirational, it's vision, that is what the community wants for this area. In my work, I oftentimes am present at BZAs throughout the entire county. And oftentimes what I'm there is encouraging and trying to provide moral support for the authorities to enact their codes as they are written. Oftentimes, as I said, these codes are written in a very deliberative process. And then as soon as the next bright, shiny thing comes down the pike, in this case, apparently it's gas pumps, everyone wants to throw all of that hard work and the years of dedication to vision what the community could be right out the window. And in the avenue that I work in, which is water resources, oftentimes it is detrimental to soil and riparian erosion and stuff like that, hillside erosion. In this case, I think it would be detrimental to the community and detrimental to the environment and the traffic congestion there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question, please. Next.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Jay Westbrook. I've lived in this community for almost 40 years. I was privileged to serve as the councilman for the community for 34 of those years. I'm going to try to abbreviate my comments, and Madam Chair, I hope my written comments were supplied to the board members. And I was the councilman in 2013 when the pedestrian retail district overlay was enacted on top of the already established local retail district. Mr. Eisenbach really said it beautifully that a plan in this case with zoning is sort of like getting the roadmap out of your glove compartment and planning your trip. It tells you where the main arteries are, what the main direction is to achieve your trip. But to live out a plan, especially with zoning, is a matter of implementing the plan and living by it step by step by step. We already heard the record indicate that 2 previous applications for variance for a auto servicing type of use were denied. I know the board gives a great deal of weight to precedents, and I would suggest that that indicates a precedent against encouraging further auto servicing, gas stations. Thank you, Terry. I didn't talk during your comments either.
Yeah.
I'm making a point that the board has previously taken this stand. I now live near Shaker Boulevard. I live on Shaker Boulevard and live near Shaker Square, right next door to my oldest daughter and my 2 grandkids. So it might give you an idea why I moved to that part of the city, but I'm still very close to this area. And having been the council person when this particular guidestone was enacted, I do want to bring to attention that the fruits of that effort have been not auto servicing and gas stations, but 2 daycare centers, a former auto supply store at 98th and Madison converted actually to one of those daycare centers, and 2 boarded up buildings right on the other side of 98th and Madison are in full use, have been boarded up back in the day when it was a service station. I empathize with this. I don't know how this area became such a cesspool. The last time I was there, it was a building that was in transition from being a retail drugstore, which are now constricting. It brings to mind the retail video store at Fulton and Lorraine, where McDonald's wanted to go. And residents of Ohio City said, that's not the high impact that we want to have in our community, and urged the board and even went to petitions, as I think this group has done, to,
You're about.
thank you. Are you on the board now?
Ma'am. Order, please. Sir, let's have you wrap up your.
I thought a bell would ring.
It did ring,
I'm
but.
sorry, but she gave me 47 seconds.
I tried to stop the timer when other people were
The
interrupting
last,
you.
a point I want to make to the congestion. In my written comments, I took all of the suggested points that are on the zoning board website of the kind of issues that the zoning board should take into account. And one of them is impairment of city operations. As most people know, 1 block from this location is a city fire station. And that fire station frequently receives calls for westbound services. So they exit the station and they head west on Madison. And they unfortunately, you want to drum up here?
Ma'am, please.
You're way over your.
We're letting him make his
I
final
think
point.
that as a city agency, the Board of Zoning Appeals would also want to take into account the negative impact that you've heard from residents of the street about the volume of traffic, the high incidence of accidents, the complicated intersections that exist there, and the impact that that would have on the fast, expedient delivery of fire service.
All right,
Thank you very much. And thank you, Ms. Mohan.
All right. I would like to remind those all present in the room that if you.
Abide by the
Ma'am,
same rules as everyone else.
Ma'am,
Ma'am.
ma'am,
All right, next person, please.
there's an expectation that everyone remain in order. If you continually speak out and do not remain in order, you'll be asked to leave. Please be courteous.
All right, next person. Anyone else in opposition who'd like to speak? You have,
Excuse me, I have a comment that came through the chat
okay.
in opposition. So I'll go ahead and read.
Is that the one from Jonathan Steer?
Correct, Madam Chair, yes.
Yes, if you would go ahead and read that into the record, please.
Okay, yep. Should I fill out his name too?
Yes.
Jonathan Steer, so Jonathan, last name Steer, Steir. And so Jonathan mentions, it says he's unable to unmute, so I'm gonna go ahead and read his comment. It says he lives 600 feet from this parcel and interacts with this location daily as either a pedestrian or on his bike. He echoes the comments made about the PRO, pedestrian retail overlay, existing for a reason, and that unsafe conditions at this intersection is the reasoning for the PRO. Per the Ohio Department of Transportation, there have been 105 recorded crashes since 2020 on West Boulevard, parenthetically between Western and Madison between West Boulevard and West 98th Street. This does not include unreported crashes, which are likely much higher. These do not include the violent crashes in which drivers hit the Fine Arts Center and Rec Center properties. A gas station is not the highest and best use of this location, and therefore a variance is not justified. This location is well served by transit and is within the new transportation demand management zone. And the car-centric use is counter to the goals of the PRO. That concludes Jonathan's comment.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else that wishes to speak in person, Ms. Rocco?
I believe we are just in the letters of opposition summary point, and then no one else who's going to speak in the room other than the council persons and their staff.
All right, let's go to the letters.
In the city, of course.
Yes, let's go to this, let's go to the letters, Ms. Kukla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are 52, I should say there are 54 opposition letters. There were 2 people, actually I apologize, 3 people, including Mr. Westbrook present. We have a letter from Jenny Spencer that I'd like to read into the record. We do have a letter from Northwest Neighborhoods, as well as the Nueva Las Urban Resource Center. I don't know if Ms. Spencer's aide is here.
He is here.
I'd like to read it. Should we have him read that into?
Or I think we were gonna go to, I mean, he's gonna have an opportunity to comment.
Okay, all right.
Right.
Then
Are there any other letters that we need to read into the record or take note of?
I would summarize that the 54 letters reference all of the other things that have been stated regarding support, or sorry, opposition. That's traffic patterns and the proximity to the schools. There was one letter that referenced the mayor's goals regarding the 15-minute city and Vision Zero. This is from Blaine Brinton. Stated that the proposed site is situated next to a park and directly across the street from high-density multifamily residential development. It's 2 blocks from the RTA Red Line station, where proposed transit-oriented development is planned to add more density to the area. The gas station does nothing to further the goal of the 15-minute city, and in fact will only serve speeding commuters cutting through the West Boulevard from I-90 to Shoreway or vice versa. And that was his reference to the 15-minute city.
And who was that from? I'm sorry.
Blaine Brinton.
Blaine Brinton.
Brinton.
Great, thank you.
Vision Zero, the stretch of West Boulevard from Detroit Avenue to just south of Madison, it has been site of many accidents. It's the only point currently on the West Boulevard that has 4 lanes rather than 3. Adding a gas station on this already treacherous curvy stretch of the road will further decrease the safety in the neighborhood, whether on its road, sidewalks, or parks. Then the next letter that I would note is from the Nueva Las Urban Resource Center. NLRC has served residents of Ward 11, Ward 15, from within Ward 15 for 25 years. We serve the people from throughout Greater Cleveland. The site at 10022 Madison Avenue borders one of the main natural resources and community gathering sites within the area. Installing a gas station in such proximity to this natural resource not only presents an increase in health risk due to benzene exposure from gas fumes, but it will also create a brownfield. This decision disproportionately impacts youth attending school at Marion C. Seltzer, individuals using the Cadell Recreation Center, and living in the houses nearby. No one in the community wants to spend their day at the park or at home smelling benzene gas or worrying about the hazards associated with pollution, including increased rates of leukemia. There were 12 signatures on this letter, Mr. Chair. And then Northwest Neighborhoods, Chelsea Kovar submitted a letter developing this property in the gas station in an extremely vulnerable part of the neighborhood. Will continue to oppress this community. These individuals living in the area are often overlooked and underserved, grappling with significant disparities in access to essential services. With the absence of a grocery store, pharmacy, and even a dollar store, the community is already facing a scarcity of basic amenities crucial for daily living. Adding a gas station without addressing these pressing needs will further perpetuate the cycle of neglect and disinvestment in the area. Rather than providing meaningful solutions to uplift the community, such development would only deepen the existing disparities and worsen the quality. They are not comfortable with the change of use and request denial. And then Jen Spencer's letter, but yes, you may have also received the report from CDPH. I apologize that I do not have the author who sent this. But it's the Cleveland Department of Public Health. This might be on the website regarding idling. There's a note, friends, please turn your engine off when stopped for more than 10 seconds. Car exhaust is no good to breathe, especially for children, pets, and the elderly who already have cancer, asthma, COVID, heart disease, etc. CDPH has reported that 20% of Clevelanders already have asthma. Sitting cars idling, causes increased breathing of those chemicals, those phagers. I believe that we said this, there are many pages attached, I believe that you may have received that in your.
We received all the letters.
Thank you.
Yes, we received all the letters. So that concludes all the correspondence, Ms. Kukla?
Yes. Thank you.
All right, great. All right. Let's go to I think we'll go to the CDC's Mr. Dasher from Westtown.
Whichever one is more readily available to you.
Yeah.
This one here.
You're
Chad Dasher,
from
Westtown Community Development.
And can you refresh the board's recollection on where that is? Just, I'm not familiar with this particular, where you're located.
We're at 9926 Lorraine Avenue.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Thanks for
Mr.
hearing me
Dasher,
today.
Sorry to interrupt you. If you could just further explain for the board, Ms. Roca's question was a good one. Your area of service, what your boundaries are.
Our service area boundaries are primarily Ward 11 in Cleveland.
Right.
It's kind of it's always our CDC boundaries kind of always been tied to the political ward boundary.
Okay.
Okay.
Great, thanks. Go ahead.
Good? Okay.
Yep.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Thanks for having me here today. When we look at a property like this at Westtown and possible developments, there's a lot of things we look at. One of the things is, what residents feel. And you can see today there's an awful lot on both sides. Everyone's got their concerns. And I'm a very big person when it comes to checking boxes before we get behind something. And just give you a couple points on to why, we would be in favor of this as presented. We've had, for almost 2.5, getting close to 3 years, this property has been vacant. And in that time, we've had 3 interested parties, besides the appellant approach us, the appellant being the 4th. First one was an animal hospital. Then Councilman Mooney even offered some assistance for the build outs, which they ended up rejecting the site because of the location. And I could be wrong, but from what I understand, they have located to Rocky River. The second was an established boxing gym that had to move out of their existing building because it was sold. They rejected the site. They just need more size. That the 10,000 square feet just wasn't enough for them. Those were 2 businesses beyond this one that we support. The one we didn't support was, for cleaner terms here in the meeting, an adult entertainment industry. And not only did I tell him that I opposed that I would actually be at the hearing opposing him every step of the way. That was something that just did not belong in that area. Fortunately, he's dropped that effort, and I don't know what he's doing now. When it comes to the support of this here, how long can we let these places sit? In the Westtown service area alone, we have 3 empty drugstores right now, and these things are on the cheap. These things are $1 million. It's very limited on what can go in those right now. And when Mr. Muhammad came and presented his plans, one thing we did really like, and if people can you go back to something like his conceptuals? Keep going. Okay, that would be a good one there. We just see this as a good adaptive reuse of an existing building that was built to in accordance with the zoning. We like the fact that they've got EV stations. This is something that's really growing in the United States. It's something we need to embrace, and there's really no EV stations in this area that can be assessed by the general public. Some people have them in their house. But you know, some people need these. And another two is the job creation. The thing I thought I heard 16 FTE full-time equivalent jobs here. And some updated retail. So in closing, those are our main points on why we see this as a positive. I hear some people, and I understand, and I feel, you know, best possible use. How long can we let these vacant buildings sit? That's the worry. Vacant buildings, especially when they start going into disrepair, cause more vacancy. And this is a very important corner. And we just think that this thing staying vacant longer is going to have a residual effect in the community. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, do we have, besides the assistant to Councilperson Spencer, do we have a CDC person from Shoreway?
No.
All right. Okay, so we'll go to Joe Nasser, please.
My name is Joe Nasser. I am the Ward 15 Executive Assistant to Councilmember Jenny Spencer. Councilmember Spencer wrote a letter that was submitted to the board, but she requested that I read it aloud on her behalf. So without further ado, Dear Secretary Kukla, this letter is an update to my previous letter submitted in February. Although located in Ward 11, 10022 Madison Avenue borders Ward 15 and is a significant gateway point in the Cadell neighborhood, I remain opposed to the requested zoning variance, which would consist of relief from the pedestrian retail overlay, PRO. The reasons for my opposition include the following. This parcel lies within the boundaries of the Clifton Boulevard, West Boulevard Local Landmark District. No zoning variances should be considered without full vetting by the Clifton West Boulevard Design Review Committee as well as the Landmarks Commission. The pedestrian retail overlay was implemented to support the long-term vision for the redevelopment of Madison Avenue. Madison Avenue is the main street of the Cadell neighborhood and embodies the hopes and dreams of Cadell residents. Although the north side of Madison Avenue, between West 99th and West 106th, is within Ward 11, the vast majority of Madison Avenue is located within Ward 15. I have heard from countless Ward 15 residents about their concern and opposition to this proposed development. I have concerns about negative impacts on longtime nearby businesses, such as Mega Convenient in Ward 15 at 9815 Madison Avenue, which has faithfully served the community for many years. I note valid concerns about existing dangerous traffic patterns on West Boulevard and at the Madison West Boulevard intersection. No zoning variance should be granted without a pedestrian and traffic impact study to ensure that pedestrian safety would not be compromised. For instance, the city's Vision Zero plan calls for fewer curb cuts, not more of them. Other concerns have been raised, including proximity to the school, park, and recreation center. My executive assistant, Joe Nasser, will attend the Board of Zoning Appeals meeting on Monday, May 6th, to represent the council office. I ask that this letter be read into the record on my behalf. Thank you, Ward 15 Councilmember Jenny Spencer.
Thank you, Mr. Nasser. Do you have any other comment besides the letter?
I do not.
All right, super, thank you. All right, we're kind of moving up the ladder here. We'll go to Dave Rogers, if you have comment.
My name's Dave Rogers. I'm a executive assistant to Danny Kelly, Councilman Ward 11. I'll just briefly touch on a couple things. This has been a hugely contentious and politicized issue, especially for our office, and I'm sure for Joe's office as well. You know, most of the people, if you sort of took some note, and I can't see the letters there, but some of the emails I've had, but most of the people that were in support of it do live near of it. A few of them that were in opposition live near, but the vast majority in opposition don't live anywhere near it. There was a buried narrative here to devalue this property and somehow turn it into mixed usage. I was told that by a board member of Detroit Shoreway. Once again, this is not Detroit Shorewood service area. As much as they may want to intrude on it, it's not their service area. There was some investors that came to Detroit Shore, and they were actually trying to steer the ship for a little bit there until we found out about that, and made comments to the effect that councilperson wouldn't support a gas station, stuff like that. Because there was a different gas station actually that was interested in it. And Chad from West Tom didn't make mention of it, but one of the people that was interested in that investment was actually someone that was in opposition here today. So to say that this has been politicized is an understatement. We actually have a former councilman who cares so much about the neighborhood that he moved away from it. So it saddens me to no end that what Chad said really said it best. We're being plagued with vacancies. The Walgreens on 130th and Bel Air gets dumped. There's dumping on it all the time. This particular property, there's been dumping on it all the time. The councilman and I have actually been there cleaning it up a couple times. I chased away drug dealers inadvertently one time from here, pulling in here to take an assessment of it when this started. There was guys in the back that looked like they were about to sell drugs. We have another Rite Aid on West 117th that closed that we don't have a viable usage for. Brick and mortars are becoming more and more difficult to fill, and this is a big building. This is a lot to fill. And to sit there and say that we would wait years to devalue it when, and the other problem with that, I don't think that people understand. I've heard some comments here that the city is sort of steering this. It's private property. It's not part of the park. And a lot of people were like, well, why can't that just be more green space? Well, that would be fine if it wasn't private property. It's been private property for its entire existence. So it's not like it can just be turned into more green space. And we've had people with suggestions of dog parks, stuff like that. And it's like the city doesn't have $1 million, which is essentially what Mr. Muhammad paid for it, to buy the property and then turn it into more green space that we don't have the resources to manage what we have. So that's really, it hasn't been an option like that. So the whole aspect of it becoming mixed usage would be all fine and dandy. And I know that's, a big part of what the narrative is with population density, but we never got any offers for that. In almost 3 years, no one's called asking to buy it to turn it into mixed usage. And to say that even it somehow was developed into that wouldn't be impactful on the traffic is absurd. You would have if you had a 3 or 4 or 5 story building there, the sight lines would be crazy to the south and westbound. You'd have a big building there. So I don't see how that wouldn't be a negative impact on traffic and car centricity, because it would be hard for me to believe that if you had 50 or 60 units there, that none of those people would own an automobile. That would be hard to believe. So, but at any rate, back to really the matter at hand, I just asked that the board, consider that this is a simple variance. It's a variance that's often given, and it's not a bridge too far type of variance. It's not like it's jumping to industrial or something like that. So if we just stay on the topic of is this variance grantable? It's like, yeah, it is. There's not going to be more curb cuts. We did reach out to traffic, and they did say, a lot of the things what Mr. Stryer said. But in comparison to other intersections, see, that's what's missing from that, is when you compare that to other intersections, it is, like Mr. Muhammad said, fairly moderate, and that is about average interactions and crashes on intersections, main intersections in Cleveland. Unfortunately, we just don't have the enforcement to, slow people down in the city of Cleveland. That's been a big part of what the problem is. But when I asked, traffic, I said, well, what could I compare it to? And she basically was like, well, it's hard to compare any intersections. If you wanted to compare it to a really, really busy intersection, like 117th and Lorraine, it would be far less. If you compared it to a lesser intersection with a little less traffic, then it would be far greater. So it's kind of hard to do those comparisons. She also made mention of the fact that it's impossible to really know the impact of a business until it's put in there. But the truth of the matter is CVS's and the pharmacy retail components that are successful actually generate more traffic than gas stations. So now that one wasn't, and it closed, obviously, and they're closing tons of CVS's, and they're closing a whole bunch of, unfortunately, Dollar General's the next one, and we have a couple of those in our ward, so we're bracing ourselves for that. But the bottom line is, Chad said it best, it's the vacancy thing. If you have a clear and present viable end usage, as opposed to letting it sit for years and years vacant, and it could be more years, and we don't know what would go there. It's Mr. Muhammad's property or his investors now, but it's like if it sits there vacant, there's no guarantee that someone would come along and pay over $1 million for it and then turn it into some mixed usage. And that's the only thing city planning gave to us that they felt was a viable and supported issue on their end and usage on their end. And we're like, we never got anybody interested in that, you know? So this is here, it's clear and present, it's a viable usage. And they asked for the board support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. All right, that brings us to Councilman Kelly.
Madam Chair, we haven't heard from city planning yet. I'm not sure.
Right.
Councilman Kelly, you might want to go back.
Typically, city planning likes to go very last. What is your preference, Mr.
Well,
Law?
I'd like for me to go last this time. Thank you.
All right, great. All right, we'll go to Nate Lull then, city planning.
Yeah, good afternoon now, everybody. Nate Lull, Cleveland City Planning.
Yep.
Nate Lull with Cleveland City Planning. We did submit a few slides to Xavier here, outlining our position on this project. So just to start, and this has all been hashed out over the past hour or so, but just to provide some more context for the area that we're in right now, you can see on the slide here in the pink at the bottom of the slide is the site in question. Immediately adjacent to it is a park and recreation center that is used every day by kids of the area. A lot of kids walking on the West Boulevard and Madison corridors. You also have a school that's going to be rebuilt very soon. And I believe with some of the Cadell Commons park improvements that are forthcoming, some of the ball courts will be relocated directly adjacent to where this proposed use is. So you'd have children playing within a couple hundred feet of this gas station. In the yellow there, you have the West Boulevard RTA station. This is less than a 5-minute walk from the RTA station, which is why it is a good site for some sort of higher use in terms of transit-oriented development. If you can see the top left corner there, there's a blue sort of shape there. That's the Depot on Detroit project, which was seen a few months ago by this board. It's a 60-unit affordable housing project being developed there. It has full funding already. It's been granted variances from this board. I believe that points a little bit to the economic viability of doing some sort of greater use here. Also in each direction, you have residential uses within 100 feet of the property as well. So that brings us to some of the other info about the crash data. I did some research on the crash data for this intersection in advance of this meeting. From 2017 to 2021, the Ohio Department of Transportation reported 4 serious injuries at this intersection and 2 fatal crashes at this intersection. So there is some evidence showing that it has been a dangerous intersection for some time in terms of speeding cars and crashes. Also wanted to quickly touch on the purpose of the pedestrian retail overlay district, which is, again, why we're here. A gas station is prohibited in a pedestrian retail overlay district. And the purpose of these districts is really to preserve the pedestrian-oriented character and protect public safety by minimizing conflicts between vehicles and pedestrians. So this ordinance was established explicitly to add neighborhood retail uses and prohibit saturated uses in the city, such as car lots, auto repair shops, and gas stations. We can go to the next slide here. We've also heard testimony that this is a problem citywide and nationwide, that we have these old CVS, Rite Aid, Walgreens buildings. It's a nationwide trend that these buildings are closing, leaving neighborhoods without, a local pharmacy or a place to just get their, daily needs met. But I did want to point out that about a 2.5-mile drive from this site that we're talking about today is a CVS, a former CVS at the corner of West 130th Street and Lorraine Avenue. It sat vacant for less than a year, and it's currently being turned into a neighborhood health clinic that's going to have a pharmacy. It's going to have medical offices for people to go to doctor's appointments and get visits. I believe that speaks to the economic viability of another use at this site being possible. A very similar building in size and stature is being reused and was on the market for less than a year, not too far from here. And if we go to the next slide, also wanted to outline gas stations in the general vicinity of this site. You can see by the red dots there are 6 gas stations within 2 miles of the site, 5 of which are in the city of Cleveland, and 4 of those gas stations in the city of Cleveland are in general retail districts. The exception to the general retail district is a gas station on Lorraine and West Boulevard. It's the closest to the site. It's in a local retail district. However, that gas station has existed there since the 1930s. It's a legacy gas station established before any local retail designation was established. And then if you go to the last slide here, in closing, city planning feels that we oppose a variance for these reasons. The location of the site is not appropriate given the nearby amenities such as the park, school, rec center, as well as the residential properties. The purpose of the pedestrian retail overlay would be violated by granting this variance. It is contrary to the purpose and intent of the pedestrian retail overlay district. There are nearby similar buildings that are being reutilized without granting this variance. It will set a dangerous precedent for future buildings to come into a local retail or pedestrian retail overlay district and disregard the zoning that's in place and propose a different use. And lastly, there are 5 gas stations within 2 miles of this location in Cleveland, none of which have been granted the variance that we're speaking about today. So that's really all I have. Thank you. City planning is opposed to this.
Thank you, Mr. Lull. Just a couple of quick questions for you. Has there been, well, first of all, what are the speed limits on the, on Madison and West Boulevard near that intersection?
To the chair, I believe West Boulevard is 35 miles per hour on this portion, and I believe Madison Avenue is 25 miles an hour. I could be wrong about that, but
All right. Are we considering this a high crash zone technically?
He's saying, Madam Chair, just to note, the appellant is saying his data is it's 25 on both streets.
Okay.
No, it's 35 and West Boulevard, 25 on.
Not the small strip.
Who's speaking?
That's someone from the general public who I'm asking not to speak up.
All right, thank you.
So I'm not sure if we have two conflicting.
All right. So back to my question to Mr. Lull, is that technically considered a high crash corridor?
It's not identified as like a top 10 corridor in the city for crash data. We unfortunately have so many fatalities and serious injuries in the city right now in terms of crashes that there are a lot of intersections that would be high crash. But I did want to bring up there have been a number of serious injuries and fatalities at this intersection in the last few years.
Right, you noted 2 fatal, 4 serious.
Correct.
17 to 21. And has there, are you looking at some sort of master plan for the school, the rec center, and adjacent properties?
To the question about a master plan, I don't believe there's one right now. There is the proposal by the school district to rebuild the school and improve some of the park area. There also, I believe, is a plan down the line to improve the park itself. That would be done by the Mayor's Office of Capital Projects and the Parks Department.
Right.
But I don't know the specific timeline of that. But I have seen plans related to updating the park.
And is the size of this parcel adequate for multifamily?
I don't know the acreage off the top of my head. I will say it's very similar in size to, it's larger than most parcels on Madison Avenue are. It's 10,000 square feet for just the building alone, and then you have a parking lot of approximately 20 spaces right now. I think we believe that there is feasibility of some sort of mixed use structure on the site in the future.
And Madam Chair, could I just ask a follow-up to that?
Yes, you may.
If something like that were to be proposed, it would fall under the new parking requirement plan, TOD. I'm blanking on the acronym right now, right?
That is correct. It's located in what we're calling a transit-oriented development zone.
Yes, thank
meaning
you.
that these areas are, they have some of the highest feasibility for other sources of transportation, such as taking the bus or walking or riding a bike. So a car might not be needed to get around.
Okay, thank you.
So Madison is an RTA corridor, correct?
That's correct. Madison is served by the 25 line. I believe West Boulevard also has a bus line in as well, but it's also less than a 5-minute walk from the Red Line station, the West Boulevard Rapid Station.
Right, correct. Okay. All right, that concludes my questions for you, Mr. Lowe. And I believe that brings us to you, Councilman Kelly.
Madam Chair, we did receive an email from the Director of City Planning Commission, if you would like me to read it into the record.
Yes, go ahead. If we just got that, go ahead and answer that.
Sure, I received that last night. She states that it's in my opinion that we ought to be cautious about approving a variance for a gas station in this location. In particular, she would like to reinforce the staff report analysis demonstrating the location's proximity to Cadell Rec Center, Cadell Commons, future Marion Seltzer Elementary School, a church, and organizations that focus on early childhood development and postpartum support. The location is close to a rapid station and would work well as a transit-oriented development. More appropriate gas station locations would include large corridors near industrial uses, away from neighborhood assets that encourage walkability and childhood development. Further, gas station tanks are expensive and difficult to mitigate environmentally. In planning and federal sustainability policies, including President Biden's and EPA's new rules to increase the sales of electric vehicles, are leaning away from fossil fuels. Higher and better use might be a mixed-use development, including higher density residential, abutting these public assets well within a walk to a rapid stop as a potential transit-oriented development. Our team is committed to shepherding and working with the councilman and other partners toward this higher and better use. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kukla. Appreciate that. All right. If we have nothing else, let's move on to Councilman Kelly.
Can I respond to some of these?
Well, you'll get an opportunity to respond after the council.
Thank you all for being here today. A lot of spirited, passionate opposite sides of the coin here. I appreciate that. You know, I hear a lot about other things that would be better suited to be here. But the reality is, for 2.5 years, there's been no offers to have anything. And that place is a nuisance. It does have people that are homeless there, and we've heard, you know, homeless people, you need to get them shelter and whatnot. And that's true. We're trying to be kind in my ward to get rid of a lot of these homeless people that have shelters. But in these vacant gas stations that I have in my ward, you always have the back of them that have the cinder block where they put the dumpsters. And they become an attraction for drug use, for prostitution, for garbage dumping. You know, you're over there picking up stuff because it's so difficult to get the property owners to do anything. You know, I got my concrete boots on and you're over there picking up stuff. There's needles, there's feces, excuse my language, there's rubbers and tampons. There's people back there congregating, there's couches and some of these things. I guess we haven't said, when children walk by and people walk by, it's menacing. And I do believe that you have a vacant building and it just contributes to other vacant buildings. To me, when we had different options through my local CDC to put something here, Shell is a legitimate, probably multinational gas station. I thought that it would be good. It would be good as an anchor. It's 11,000 square feet. When you hear about a bakery, when you hear about a flower shop, you're talking about the 1970s. That's not going to happen. I worked skyscrapers, construction 30 years. I'd never been in a coffee shop in the morning before work. There was 11,000 square feet. Okay, it's just not going to happen. So I'm trying to do my best to get businesses, private entities, to open up in my ward. Specifically, what we're dealing with here is the vacancies of drugstores. All right, brick and mortar buildings are going to be more than just drugstores. It's coming. They're going to be a big problem here. The COVID 2020, that just exasperated it. You know, many people use people to deliver stuff. Many people use a card. Nobody walks in anywhere any day. Now, I think that this vacant building here causes a problem for my community, for the people that walk by here. A lot of people walking by. There are a lot of people walking by, and a lot of people probably end around that place because of the problems that are with that place while it is vacant. And you hear a lot about, you know, you want to have this to be a walking. Well, this has been what it's been forever. People have been going to that bus stop. People have been walking through Edgewater. The fact is, people own cars. There are a lot of people that will take the bus, and there are a lot of people that ride bicycles. Majority of them still own a car. You got to have a place to park a car, and many times you need to use a car to get someplace. I think with a gas station there with the EV chargers and a possible Papa John's drive-through pizza place, there, believe me, there is no bank around there. That's true. That's why one of the things you're looking at is maybe a little walk-in bank for a little bit with an ATM. You know, I really, we did look very closely at who we could get to put something in here that would be an asset to the neighborhood. But you can only look at the offers you get. And the planning commission, and I spoke, you know, to the head of the planning commission and the two gentlemen here behind. Where have they been for 2.5 years? I don't see any master plan from the city or from them personally as to what I can do in my neighborhood to get rid of these brick and mortar buildings. I see a lot of opposition now that they know better what should be there, you know, but they're not there. I'm there. You know, the citizens elected me, and I'm trying to do the best I can do without getting into being upset on one side of the coin or the other. Everybody has their opinions, and that's fine. This place here, if we don't have what we have here, what happens to it? People have told me CMSD should buy it. CMSD doesn't have any money. People have told me the city should buy it. The city's not into buying properties. The one drugstore I have is probably, they want 1.7 million. You know, so it's a big expense to get somebody to consider to come in and do this. And businesses are there to make money. Shell is no mom and pop business. I'm sure they're going to have a 25-year lease. They've looked around. It may not be the biggest gas station that makes money there, but evidently they feel with that gas station there, with the community benefits that we're going to add here, with cameras, which connecting real-time crime, which having a no loitering policy there, which having maybe a drive-through Papa John's, which having a drive-in bank, you do need to anchor that. And I really, sometimes I just want everybody to see here. They just feel like, hey, we know better and you're not considering anything. I've considered many different sides of the coins of this. I can only consider what's in front of me. As far as West 130th to Lorraine, I met with them before Casey did. They thought it was my ward. They're right down the street from there. They come from 117th and down. It was a natural progression for them to come that way. Okay? I offered the other drugstores that wasn't it. Well, we're right here. The people can still come to us. They know where we are. If I had somebody offered that, I would have. I didn't see anybody offer that. I saw nobody from the planning commission that now adamantly oppose what I'm trying to do. Like, what are you doing? You don't know anything. And I'm starting to feel that way, you know, because I got so many phone calls about it after the fact. Now, if either the zoning commission is allowed to do this and supports it, and that's fine, but we're good. But I'm going to tell you something. I'm a little agitated that Detroit Shoreway and people who aren't elected are telling me I need to do what they say. All right. And for future conversations is something in my ward. Let's do it ahead of time. And let's have a dialogue where it doesn't look like you're telling me what to do. I'd appreciate that. This is up to the zoning. I feel this is something they can do. I feel it will be a nice looking building. It will adhere to a lot of things in the neighborhood. And that's just where I stand. And I've been very respectful to everybody here. And I understand they're on the opposite side of the coin. And whatever the way that the zoning, you guys do this for a living. You know, whatever way you decide, it'll be fine. Tomorrow's another day. We'll move on to something else. There's no hard feelings or anything. But I do want to figure, United States of America has boundaries, folks. They're called states. Within them states, we have counties. Within them counties, we have municipalities. They're cities. Within them cities, we have wards. And them wards have boundaries. Now, I've heard a lot of people say, even though it isn't in my boundary, we still, well, that's not the case. If Lakewood was bordering it, they'd not have a darn thing to say. So I just want to bring that out. I'm doing what I feel is best for my ward. I'm not stepping on anybody's toes. And I just really feel this is a good opportunity for the ward. And that's all I have to say. I don't know if he has something to say.
Madam Chair, I think the appellant has a rebuttal and.
Yeah, we're going to go to him.
Thank you,
So,
Matt.
1 second, just thank you to the councilman. Appreciate your vigor and your engagement in your ward. So thank you for that and your statement today. So we'll go back to Mr. Muhammad. There's some items for you to rebut, and I have a couple of further questions. Let me just get those in first.
Sure.
Tell me what your alcohol sales are going to be and your tobacco sales.
Typically, the alcohol sales are about 10% of sales in a typical shell. And tobacco sales, believe it or not, because it's really not profitable, those have started to really, really diminish. So tobacco sales are not that important. It's more of a convenience. You're only making 7% on tobacco. So a lot of stations try these days to go away from the tobacco sales and try to minimize that as much as possible, because it's more of a loss leader these days, Madam Chairman.
Thank you.
And
And what's the intent to have any vaping or legal other substance paraphernalia or equipment?
There's zero tolerance with Shell to have any paraphernalia in their Shell stations, Madam Chairman. That would be a violation of their franchise agreement.
And it's not rated by the code.
All right, great. Go ahead with your rebuttal then, sir.
They would have major problems, and they would face the wrath of Shell for selling anything like that. Madam Chairman.
Mr. Mohammed, right?
Yes, yeah.
Before you start your rebuttal, I just want to make sure that you also speak to the legal standard as well, so.
Sure. Madam Chairman, I want to speak to rebut the Planning Commission. I believe their recommendation is arbitrary and capricious because it's not based on fact or reality. The fact and reality are the PRO district does not preclude this board's authority to grant that. This is a simple variance from local to actually limited, not even general retail. Gas stations allowed in that. The PRO district's purpose and intent, when it first came out, when it was being introduced, the gas industry met with the architects and members of planning, and they assured us that don't worry about the wording. If you could meet the criteria, we would grant them. And we've worked with the city on numerous sites that we have them. And they're very similar to this. And the reason Shell looked at this is we knew that there's a PRO district, but this building meets that. And the PRO district is to protect areas from going against it and rebuilding it the other way. We're keeping it right to the street line. And I believe I submitted some proposals, some stuff that has gone, where you can see other developments in PRO districts where it looks very similar to what we're looking at here. I don't know if you can flash that or not flash it. And we worked with Planning Commission to get that. And the basic thing is what you see here. As much of the building as we can put to the street line, make it look like it's pedestrian retail. And on Madison, that's what it looks like. We will be going to landmarks, and we still have to go through the design review. If they want a few modifications, we will deal with that as a condition to do that, Madam Chairman, and to the members of the board. Second of all, it's been allowed in the past. Precedent has been set where you can't say we've never allowed it. I see members of the body here said this will be the first gas station ever in history to be next to the park. I just named some in the same ward on 117th and on Bel Air. They're right next to it and even closer than here. It's actually the ball field abuts one of the stations on 106th and Bel Air. There's been no issues. And from a developer's perspective, we've done a lot of consulting for site acquisition, for CVS's and Walgreens in the past. And I can tell you the threshold for traffic is much greater than any gas station with 4 pumps. So this bringing extra traffic doesn't hold water. And I believe planners who know what it requires and what traffic is required to substantiate an 11,000 square foot CVS versus a 3,500 square foot Shell would see that that's not even a close comparison. I can take you, if you want to go down to a moderate Shell on Clifton, 117th, and look at the CVS. There's maybe 20 times traffic. Maybe that's a busier one, but if you look all across the city, it requires much more traffic. We're looking to bring this much more compliant, bring it in further compliance, which is not contrary to the intent of the code. Madam Chairman and the board members, it would be a hardship to deny this because of the size, physical shape of the building, and the size of the lot to make it fit. If they want a residential, well, that would be almost against. The PRO is supposed to be trying to preserve the retail, not residential, nature of the area. And all we've heard from planning is we want homes. Well, guess what? That's contrary to the PRO district. The intent of it is to maintain the retail look and the pedestrian look of the retail. And this actually meets it. It is not contrary, nothing is changing, not one curb cut, not one brick. To the contrary. And if Madam Chairman, you could look at the other sites, they almost, the ones that have been approved, mirror this, what is before you today.
All right, if you are,
And
done at
one
this
last
moment,
one
I'd
is the
like to go
bank.
to questions, Mr. Mohammed, from the board.
Sure.
We don't, we have, Madam Chair, we have a number of people raising their hands in the audience. The time for public comment has passed. We need to move on to what Madam Chair is, I think, trying to say is our board deliberation part.
Right, we are going to deliberation. Thank you, Ms. Roca, for.
You just can't see anything in the room, so.
Exactly, right.
And lastly, Madam Chairwoman, this is not the last public meeting. We still have to go to landmarks. And I know you can't approve it bypassing them. It's still conditional on landmarks and going through design review. And we have every intention to have our architect meet whatever guideline we need to meet.
Thank you for that. All right, I'm going to go to questions. Ms. Wilson first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a couple of questions for the appellant. My first question is, were you aware of the zoning of this property at the time that you purchased it? Meaning, did you know that a gas station was a prohibited use?
We did that. We met with the council person and the CDC. And usually that's what we always do as developers. We were given the assurance we would have their support and blessing.
So was that a yes? Were you aware?
Yes, but we also do our research and know that is something that has routinely been granted. It's not specifically where it's never been done before. The precedent has been set to allow developments like this. Madam Chairwoman, to the board member.
Understood, thank you. And then my next question is, has your team considered any alternatives to a gas station as being a reasonable means of return for this property?
We've looked at every type of possible, for example, retail. We have not been able to get anything that would make any economic sense without a major anchor. And that usually goes for any retail. To bring, for example, some neighbors are questioning banks are closing. I can tell you there's a brand new bank that's being opened right on West 117th. The Lido Lounge was knocked down for that bank. And we've been talking with banks for more a smaller one to go here. I mean, conditionally, they want to see the major tenant. If it's Shell, we have a possibility. They're interested if they have a major anchor. They don't want to be alone with a small mom and pop shop to bring reputable businesses to the area. And if you look at, since the PRO has been put, I don't think, to the Planning Commission, what retail development on Madison has been in 13 years? Since it's been encouraging retail, name me one. I go up and down Madison, I haven't seen it. Councilman is here. And I'm not talking switching tenant to tenant. I'm saying what major development has happened all from one end of Madison to the other on the retail side? And that's not retail. I'm asking retail for the PRO district. For the PRO, for the district, that's for the zone, semi-industrial.
No commentary from the back, please.
Yeah, sir.
I'm only making my comment to the PRO district.
Right.
Okay.
Ms. Wilson, does that conclude your questions, or do you have any other comment?
Yes, Madam Chair, that does conclude my questions.
All right, thank you. Do we have, is Ms. Holzer still present with us?
I am, but Madam Chair, given that I'm recently elected to the Northwest Neighborhoods Board, I think I would prefer to abstain from this case. Seeing now that there's a letter from Northwest Neighborhoods, I don't feel comfortable asking questions and I.
Understood, Ms. Holzer.
Thank you.
Don't have a quorum.
We do have a quorum.
We have three members.
We have 3 members.
Thank you.
And Madam Chairwoman, one last rebuttal to planning. They said no other gas stations have been granted. The West Boulevard BP was granted a variance in historic district. I was the member of planning for that. You could check it on your books. So that's not true. The BP was granted a variance. That rebuilt, the BP rebuilt.
My letter responded. City planning here, Madam Chair.
This is Mr. Will from City Planning.
Yes, Mr. Law, yes. So that property was not granted a variance for a local retail district. It's been an established use since the 1930s when we first had a zoning code. So there's no local retail use there that was given a variance. It might have been approved by a design review board or something like that. I don't have the facts in front of me, but it's in a local retail district, but it's existed since before we even had local retail districts in our zoning code.
Not the way it exists today. Not the way, because to refresh the board's memory, it was a member of the board that had to recuse himself, Ernie Cade, who represented BP at the time, sat on this board. That
All right, we're
station
gonna
is not the
move on
same
to Ms.
station that was built in 1930. That is
Excuse
just
me.
not.
Gentlemen,
No
we're
commentary
gonna-
from the back. Sir, no, I'm sorry.
Who was the board?
Sir, no. Sorry.
Who's the board
I
member?
apologize, sir, but we are in a different part of the
I
meeting.
just couldn't hear the board member that is accusing herself. That's my question.
Oh, Ms. Holzer, Nina Holzer.
Holder.
Holzer, Holzer.
all right, Ms. Roca.
I've had to play bad cop today. I do have just a couple follow-up questions for the appellant. So I just want to confirm, and I'm just speaking to the legal standard here, the condition for which you state is unique to the property that requires you to obtain a variance is the size of the building?
The size of the building, the size of the property, is not conducive to keep it strictly to a local retail zoning. 11,000 square foot building is not a local retail use in any district, period. It's a
Okay.
general retail building, and it was granted a general retail use. And we're here before you, asking you to even reduce that to 3,500 square feet of general retail.
Thank
We're
you.
bringing it in further compliance of the code. Right now, it's non-conforming. It was more non-conforming now than what we're proposing.
Thank you. And then the other, I think we pretty much hit on every other factor. But I would like you to confirm with respect to public health, safety, and general welfare, that your project would not adversely affect those items because
And because one is gas stations with EPA requirements, the way they are, they're redundant systems. They're safer. They have double wall lining, double wall this, alarms everywhere. Plus you're into the fund. If even a pinhole leak would strike, you cannot pump gas. You lose vapor. It stops. So like prior gas stations in the 70s and 80s, you would never know. These days, if you had just a small pinhole leak anywhere, the station would come to a crashing close. It would go into slow flow and shut. So there's many preventative things for the health and safety for everyone around it. The EPA and Buster and the underground storage people have very, very stringent requirements, especially when it comes to licensing. They not only just go to licensing, your license goes to the supplier. You are not allowed to get gas if you're out of compliance. So you can't even get the supply. Similar to if you lost your liquor license, you cannot buy beer.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay. That is all that I have. I think all the other points in the Duncan factors have been addressed through testimony.
All right. All right, let's recap. We have, excuse me, we have Councilman Kelly that is supporting. We have Councilman Spencer who is objecting. We have the Westtown CDC that is supporting. We have city planning who is objecting, and a letter from the director of city planning. We have numerous letters, both in support and in objection. And we have public comment, also numerous in support and objections. The specifics of the proposed station are 4 pumps with 2 EV stations. The hours will be 6:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday through Wednesday and Sunday, 6:30 a.m. to midnight on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. There will be 4 employees on site at all shifts, with the potential of 18 employees to be hired. Are there any other specifics, Mr. Mohammed, that I missed in that description?
No, I mean, if any adjustments have to be made as we go through landmarks and design review, we'll address those later. We're here before we get into all the more specific details, it's just to get over the use. for the
Madam
local-
Chair.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mohammed. Who just spoke to me?
Madam Chair, this is Shannon Leonard, the Chief Zoning Administrator.
Thank you, Ms. Leonard. Go ahead and make
I just
statement.
wanted to clarify a statement. Drugstores are first permitted in local retail districts, so this is not a general retail use that existed previously. Additionally, because it is located in a pedestrian retail overlay district, if any variance is granted for the use here today, they would go to landmarks for design review, but they would also have to go to City Planning Commission to get approval for the site conditions, conditional uses, specifically the driveway over the public sidewalk, and under this site plan, parking within the first 40 feet, as well as no pedestrian entrance located on the pedestrian frontage. So they obviously, when they go through landmarks, they would have to amend their site plan to fit within that to go
Yeah,
for
but-
those conditional uses, or unless they meet all of those conditions, they would not need those conditional uses from the Planning Commission itself.
Okay, great. All right, is there any other questions or comments from the board? All right. I will entertain a motion, and I'm guessing either Ms. Wilson or Ms. Roca, you will have to be crafting it today.
Ms. Wilson, is the silence for me to take this?
I'm open to either one. You can take it if you like, or if you want me to take it, I will.
I'll let you take it.
Okay, so based on the testimony that we have heard in this matter, I am hearing that the appellant has purchased this property knowing that it was in a pedestrian retail overlay, and that the use that has been applied for was not permitted, and also that there is some possible other uses that could create a return, noting also that this would be a substantial variance if it were granted. And based on, that number of Duncan factors that are present, I would move that we deny this calendar number 24-024.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Could I have a second, please?
Madam Chair, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Bay, would you be sure that the legal standard is on the screen for us? All right, we are making our decision based on the legal standard for the variance that is before us. Ms. Kukla, if you'll call the vote, please.
Ms. Roca?
Yes.
Ms. Wilson?
Yes.
Ms. Bates?
Yes.
Calendar number 24-024 is denied. It'll be ratified next Monday. We will send the appellant a letter.
Thank you to everyone.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you.
We appreciate everyone's presence today. We appreciate everyone's engagement and comments. This is a very heated discussion, and this is why we have this public meeting. We're going to ask everyone for this case to please exit the room so that we can move on with our further agenda items. Mr. Bay, do we have any further, do we have any other city council people present?
Ms. Roca?
Yes, Madam Chair.
I just want you to, I don't. think
Councilman
you know
Harrison present.
I will tell you, I'm listening.
So I'm moving to case 240727 14930 St. Clair Avenue.
All right, folks. We need
Madam
to-
Chair, this is Ms. Roca. I need to take a 1-minute break. I will be right back.
All right, fine. We are going to take a very brief break. We are going to move on to the calendar number 24-027. In the time that we are taking a break, it's expected that those people that are not in the room for any further cases will vacate the room. Thank you.
Sorry, the chairwoman was like.
Oh, I'm
Thank you.
I was perfectly. I should be. But thank you.
One of our board members.
Sorry. Here we go. I just turned it on.
I'm back, Madam Chair.
In the room, we have, are you the appellant from St. Clair?
Yes.
And then we have another gentleman. Are you an appellant also?
A separate case.
Okay. Well, we'll take them in order, so I'm not sure if yours, if which one is next.
Councilman Harrison is on, so we're jumping to St. Clair.
Okay, great.
That is if he's still present. He was the last second check. Yeah. Yep, I see him on my stuff.
I'm here, sorry.
Yep, there he is. Everybody heard.
Sorry, I'm here. I was in chairman's meeting. My apologies.
Understood. Thank you, Councilman. We're going to resume right now, I believe.
As long as we have the chair back.
Thank you for waiting so patiently, both of you, for hours.
Will you extend the meeting time to get all the cases, or does it go to the next?
No, we are gonna keep going.
Okay, I will stay.
Can you take us off?
Yep, we're live. They can hear us.
Oh, okay.
Excuse me, Chairwoman Faith, are you present? She might have stepped away for a second.
Can you mute us while we wait for her?
Yes.
Okay, are we ready to resume? What's up?
Yep, we are ready to resume, Chairwoman Faith.
All right.
Okay.
So, we're on to calendar number 24-027. Ms. Holzer.
Sounds good. Our next case is calendar number 24-027. This is at 14930 St. Clair Avenue. 5 Point Center LLC owner proposes to change use from an office to a behavioral center in a shopping center district. The owner appeals for relief from the strict application of the Cleveland Codified Ordinances as stated in the agenda and the public record, of which there are 3. This case is postponed from March 11, 2024. No testimony was taken at that time. The case was postponed at the request of the councilman. And with that, I will hand it over to Ms. Wilson for the oath.
Thank you, Ms. Hoser. I will swear in all who are present for this case. I do see one person present at the table, so I will start with you. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth? Please raise your right hand, reply with I do, state your name, spell your name, and give your address.
I affirm the above statement. My name is Benjamin Dinan. Dinan, D as in dog, Y as in yellow, N as in Nancy, A as in alpha, N as in Nancy. And my address is 2260 South Belvoir Boulevard, University Heights, Ohio.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone online wishing to speak in this matter?
Yes, Councilman Anthony Harrison, 601 Lakeside, Cleveland, Ohio. ANTHONYHAIRSTON. I do.
Okay, thank you, Councilman. Anyone else online wishing to speak in this matter?
My name is Aaron. I'm one of the tenants. Just not sure if there's any questions, but I'm here and present.
Okay, and do you swear or affirm that you will give testimony that is nothing but the truth and the whole truth?
Yes.
Okay, and what is your last name, Aaron?
Rosenberg, Rosenberg.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Anyone else online wishing to speak in this matter? All right, here none. Back to you.
Yes, I'm sorry. I would, just in case. Yes,
Please.
I do. And Rick Garlip, RICKGARLIPP.
Okay, thank you. And did I hear you state your address?
43 Slocum Place, Long Branch, New Jersey.
Okay. All right, thank you. Anyone else online wishing to speak in this matter? All right, hearing none, back to you, Madam Chair.
Excellent. We were getting a little feedback on you, Miss Wilson, on your,
Uh-oh.
so just check that if you could.
Mhm.
All right, we did not hear her testimony. And this was postponed, so let's go ahead and hear the history of the property, please.
Thank you. This property was originally zoned general retail in 1929. In 1997, it was changed to the shopping center district. In our records administration office, we found that in 1994, a permit was issued to erect a 75 by 180 one-story building. It was a retail shell out at that time for retail spaces. 1995, a permit was issued for interior alterations to establish a renter's choice furniture sales. 1998, a permit was issued to erect a new 5 Points Plaza business identification sign. There are 2 variances on file for this address, I should say variance cases. In calendar number 21-136, this board granted a variance to establish use as a party center. However, this variance expired. And then in 22-118, and that would be in 2022, this board denied the variance to establish the use as a party center. And that's all that I have, Madam Chair. That's all.
Great, thank you. Could we have the legal standard, please?
Madam Chair, members of the board, appellant is requesting a use variance from the requirements of the zoning code. To obtain the use variance, appellant must prove that denying the request will result in unnecessary hardship, particular to the property, such that there will be no economically feasible use of the property without the variance. Will deprive the appellant of substantial property rights, may granting the variance will not be contrary to the purpose and intent of the zoning code.
Thank you. Who's going to be the spokesperson?
Is that you, sir?
Yes. Yes, I will be.
I need to know who that is.
Ben Dinan.
Thank you, Mr. Dinan. Did you have an opportunity to meet with the council person?
Can you restate the question?
Did you have an opportunity to meet with the council person, as that was the reason for the postponement?
Yes.
Okay, great. Go ahead. Tell us what you want to do.
So we would like to make the space available for a tenant that proposes to open a behavioral health center there. We believe the space is well suited for such a center, as it was formerly used as a social security office, and it contains offices, waiting areas, ample bathrooms, and a lounge. Because of the current construction and layout, it would require a significant amount of work to have other commercial tenants there, as they prefer not to have offices and many of the other structures built. So it has been difficult to find tenants for the space because of the considerable build out.
What did you say it wasn't for?
Social Security Center, Social Security Administration offices.
So,
Uh,
do you have other details for us?
Yeah, I was just going to say this space has it's remained empty for an extended period of time. And we would like to see it utilized with a service-based tenant that utilized by the local community.
So you represent the building owner. Do you have a tenant under contract at this point or no?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so we need to know hours of operation, employees that will be on staff, if any of the people seeking care will be staying in the building overnight, what the administration of medication is going to be, those sorts of things.
Is it your tenant on the call?
Yes, Mr. Rosenberg, who spoke earlier.
Okay, Mr. Rosenberg maybe can fill us in on those details.
Yes. So to answer those questions. Sorry, threw myself in. You hear me?
Yeah, you're echoing for us, Mr. Rosenberg.
Okay, one more time. You hear me now?
Yep, much clearer. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time, everyone. So to answer the few questions that you had in terms of overnight, this is not an overnight facility. It is a addiction treatment center where it's sort of therapy. They come in. It's an outpatient. So the hours of operation are generally from Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. There is a page that was shared that was up before that had that info. So again, it is not an overnight. It is a 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday to Friday. And we hope to, again, we put down number of employees. That's the plan, is to have that amount with time, obviously, as it opens and continues to grow.
And this is Rick Garlop. Would I be able to add to that as well? I just want to confirm that you can hear me.
Yes. We can hear you.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Gotcha. My name is Rick Garlop. I'm the Vice President of Operations for Arrow Consulting. We were hired by Mr. Rosenberg to assist in this process. And while there may be medication that is prescribed within this facility, there is no storage or administration of any medication on site.
No, she's there. She was just on mute.
Madam Chair, you are muted in case you are speaking and you don't know you are muted.
I accidentally hit the button, so thank you for that. Councilman Hairston, do you wish to make a statement now, or do you want to hear from city planning and other questions?
I have other questions.
Okay. Okay, we'll go to the board. What questions do you have, Ms. Holzer?
Ms. Holzer,
Sorry, I'm just looking at I'm just looking at my notes to
That's
see.
fine.
I might need 1 second.
Sure.
I don't see that presentation.
Ms. Wilson, do you have questions?
I do not, Madam Chair, at this time.
Thank you. Ms. Roca?
I just need a second. I'm looking through this packet.
Okay. We'll give you a moment.
I guess if we could just have either Mr. Rosenberg or Mr. Garlick testify to how many clients they're expecting in and out. I know we have 9 employees, hours of operation 8 to 4, but just a little bit more about the operation itself. I understand it's outpatient medical treatment, but that's about it.
Sure. This is Rick Garlip. I can speak to that. So the primary use here is it's group therapy and individual therapy. So on a regular basis, you have folks that are coming in for one of 2 levels of care. One is called partial hospitalization program. Apologies for the confusion in terms of it being hospitalization. Again, it's outpatient, it's not overnight, but that is a program where someone comes in during the day, usually for close to that entire time of opening from about 9 o'clock until 4 o'clock, and they'll be in group therapy. And that would usually be, groups of somewhere around 10 or 12 individuals. Based on the capacity in the space, there would probably be a couple of groups that would be happening at the same time. And then you would also have what's called intensive outpatient programming, which is we say like a step down from partial hospitalization, a little bit less intensive, and that is 3 hours, usually 3 times a week. So that can sometimes be, those groups can occasionally be together, or you would again talk about roughly 10 or 12 folks at a time that would be in those groups. So usually, again, two to 3 groups happening at a time. The maximum you would probably see within, at one specific period of time, maybe with, assuming a full staff, which again is an assumption that there's not 9 people hired at this moment, but you'd probably be talking about, somewhere around 40 at max capacity, 40, 45 people at max capacity.
In the building.
In the building.
Okay.
Yeah. And it does, there would be some, folks coming in and coming out at similar times, but this is not the type of facility where you would have a significant amount of in and out traffic on frequently over the course of the day, right? Folks come in, they're usually staying in there again for either a 3-hour period of time or a 5-hour period of time, and then exiting, getting in their cars or, other modes of transportation, and leaving.
And are you going to be doing testing to make sure they're compliant with drug use or substance use?
Yes, that's part of the process is completing, urine drug screens primarily when they first come in, and then as deemed appropriate by the clinical team to ensure that they are maintaining their sobriety.
And what happens if they're not compliant?
That would be a conversation with the clinical team. We obviously, the idea is to help people stop using substances, with the understanding that unfortunately this is a chronic illness where relapse does occasionally happen, and it would be something that's discussed, and usually, perhaps that would be someone, if they're in that 3-hour program and something like that happens, it'd be recommended that they come to the more intensive one. Or in some cases, if folks have really struggled, they may be referred out to a higher level of care that would be more in a hospital setting.
So do you anticipate any situation where anyone might have to be removed from premise either by ambulance or law enforcement?
It's,
Um,
Madam Chair,
sorry.
you have an echo, I think.
I
because-
know, and I don't know why.
Okay.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, yeah, I would ask Rick Garlick, can you mute after you're done speaking? I think the echo might actually be coming from your microphone.
Yeah, I think you're right. So
Thank
yes, I will mute after I'm done speaking. Just to speak to that, I don't anticipate, in terms of law enforcement, that is not an experience that I have seen very frequently. These are folks that are there voluntarily. If they don't want to be there, they don't have to be there. And in terms of ambulances, I would not say that this would never happen. But the likelihood is much lower at this outpatient level of care than if you were talking about folks at a more hospital-based level of care. Not that it's impossible, but would surely be infrequent.
Okay. And what about your contingency for the folks that want to smoke?
In terms of where they would have access to do so,
Right.
we would identify an appropriate spot that is the within regulation in terms of distance from the building, and would ensure that they are remaining in that space, and that would be part of what the part of what the program staff would also be ensuring is that folks aren't walking all around, that there's one area, and that I believe there is a space in the back where that would be happening.
Okay. Do you know what public transit stop is in relation to the building?
Yes, I believe that was part of is that part of the packet?
I don't see it in the packet.
One moment on that. Apologies, just bringing it up on my
If I could, Madam Chair, it's right at the corner. On the right.
Thank you, Councilman. Perfect.
No problem.
Okay.
Yeah, it was
Easily
actually, so
accessible
it's line, I believe line 1, 31, and 37 are all within 3 blocks.
Okay, great.
I
All right,
believe there's
we'll go
4
back
stops.
Excuse me, Mr. Garland. Ms. Holzer, we'll loop back to you for questions now that you've had time to review.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just so that I understand the scope of service, are the services being provided on site? It's a voluntary treatment that folks are pursuing.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Beyond that, Madam Chair, I don't think I had any other questions about the service or variances.
Great, thank you.
Madam
Ms.
Chair,
Roca?
I have a few more things now that I've had a chance to look at this a little bit closer.
Yep, I thought you might.
Thanks. The first question is, what else is in the shopping center? This is to you, Mr. Dinan.
So this is Mr. Dinan speaking. If you look at the map there, the gray area, unit 15, currently has a laundromat in it. If you look on the map, unit 16 is empty, and there is a child care center over in the space marked 12, and 11 has a bank. Outlot B is a parking lot. There's nothing built there. In the main part of the shopping center to the right, there's a Simon's grocery store. There is a Dollar General. There is another child care center, a print shop, like a shirt printing shop, and then one small bar and restaurant.
Okay, thank you. I see it was a little hard to read the list, before, and you own the whole building, the whole.
That entire center, correct.
Shopping center, okay. And I'm just curious, as I'm looking through the packet, was the property in question recently remodeled?
Facelift, paint and
Okay.
flooring. Yeah, like I stated before, its use as offices for Social Security. Already had many of all of the offices, the lounges, everything really laid out.
Okay. And your hardship, as you testified to, I just want to reiterate, and clarify that you said the hardship you would face is that it's hard for you to find a tenant here with that office set up in a shopping center.
Correct.
Okay, so you would have to essentially remodel the building.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Which is more expensive with commercial.
Right, okay. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Super. Okay, city planning, you want to weigh in on this for us?
This is Xavier Bay, City Planning. We'd actually like to defer to the councilman, actually hear how the community meeting went. How the meeting
All right,
went.
fine.
Yeah, thank you.
Fair enough. Councilman Hairston, you don't get to go last. You're going to have to chime in now.
No problem. Madam Chairwoman, thank you. Members of the board, thank you for your time this morning. You all have had a marathon morning here today, so I will keep my comments brief. Had a chance to meet with the applicants from Hope Bridge to occupy the end cap space here at the 5 Point Shopping Plaza. A lot of the same questions that you asked, I asked as well. Where and how the medication will be stored. They indicated it would be in a locked cabinet area and out of the way of just general patrons or folks who are coming for treatment. They indicated to me that they will have licensed professionals who will be on site administering therapy sessions, group sessions. These won't be, hey, I hired my cousin. He used to work here. We work there, but he is not licensed. No, that these will be licensed professionals who will provide these services to the folks who they will serve. We talked about the hours of operations, as they indicated, the hours presented today, also the hours they shared with me as well. I also spoke to them about one of the very same concerns regarding ambulances or police cars or other law enforcement vehicles transporting people in our facility. They indicated that they did not expect that to be the case, as they shared today. However, they did share with me that they intend to reach out to the sheriff's department or the county law enforcement to see about how they can provide services to county inmates. And so I'm not certain not certain, but I would like to hear just very briefly from the applicants, their thoughts on, how they see that working, because that would be the only concern that I had, as I shared with them on the call of, the law enforcement vehicles bringing folks back and forth. Would they be, we don't want to see it as folks who have committed some very, 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 very heinous crimes being brought there to that particular location because of the close proximity to child care facilities, other retail establishments that are in the area.
That's an excellent question, Councilman. Those sorts of patients are very often taken to Metro Hospital.
Okay.
And it requires usually at least a couple of cruisers and several law enforcement officers to accompany the person who is typically shackled. So that's unsettling, could be unsettling to some people.
Absolutely.
So I'll let you gentlemen answer that question from the councilman.
Sure. Thank you. That is a very good question, and we did mention that to the councilman when we spoke. This is Aaron Rosenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenberg.
So yes, what we mentioned was that we were going to reach out to the sheriff's office, to the Department of Corrections, to see if there's any way we can offer our services. But again, it's these type of level services, which are the partial hospitalization program, the intensive outpatient. It's not going to be for violent offenders or anything like that. This will be people who are sort of, their offenses came as through like DUI or something like that along those lines, where it started off through an addiction side, where a judge would give them like I guess you could call it a deal, for lack of a better word, where they would have to go for a certain amount of time for treatment, but it's non-violent people, not that they're coming from, you know, a violent aspect where they're coming to get treatment by us. That would be, again, more of a hospital setting, something more severe. In this type of setting, it's going to be coming sort of where a judge is giving, you know, like a court order where they need to go for X amount of time to get this type of level. And there is always that follow-up with whether it's a, you know, their parole or probation officer or someone on that end that would be in constant contact with us in terms of, are they coming in, not coming in. But again, if you know, that's sort of where it is. It's not the violent folk that we're reaching out to. It's more if there's someone that needs this type of level of care, we would be able to do that. And by assessment, we'd be able to see if it's something that would be that we would be able to deal with or not. Then we would refer back and tell them, hey, we think this person will need a different level of care or a different facility, not over here.
Okay, so as I understand it then, this is really more for the folks that have, I think as you mentioned, DUIs that get court-ordered counseling as part of their service, or part of their, I'm trying to think of a good word, as part of their sentence, if you will. This, I have a friend who does this in a different geographic area, and that's the population that she serves. So if that's it, then that's completely different than bringing people in from incarceration. Is that correct?
Yeah, and just that is correct. And just to put one point out, that's not our main focus. Meaning that was a point of concern from the councilman. Our main focus is, you know, the average person who's struggling with addiction. Anyone who sort of has this type of struggles, looking for help, we're here to help them. This is just one of the additional ways we'd be getting, you know, clients or patients into our facility. Again, this is not our main focus, and yes, you are correct. It is those type of people who would be having like a court order, and it would be this type of level of care. It would not be something severe or through like violent offenders or anything like that.
Okay, back to you, councilperson.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Thank you, Aaron. Fully supported. You know, again, that's my understanding. I'm glad you clarified those points. And just three things really quick. You wanted to make sure the time had the restriction that the variance was restricted to that particular unit in that building. Something that we discussed with building and housing, and I believe I spoke to planning in passing about make sure the variance is restricted to that particular unit. What I don't want to see is that the variance is issued to the entire complex because it's one address, one parcel number, that it be restricted to that particular unit on the end with the time restrictions that they spoke about, and for it to be only outpatient services.
Okay, great. All right, city planning, are you ready to make statement now?
Yes, thank you. Xavier Bay, city planning. Typically, we'd like to see these types of operations more around, similar institutions, mainly because of the concerns mentioned about child care facilities nearby. But as we heard that, there's not going to be administration of drugs on site, and the nature of the recommendation process for this type of facility, we'd agree with Councilman moving forward with allowing variance.
Okay.
I would say that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I interrupt you? Go ahead.
No, yeah, I was just going to mention, as you know, you can always list as a condition with the councilman's concerns if you feel that's also necessary.
Okay, so whomever is crafting the motion can include that information in it. Going to the board for questions and comments. Start with you, Ms. Wilson.
Please, thank you. Can we just clarify the restriction on the timing?
I believe they said Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Okay. Perfect. All right, that is my question.
I'm sorry, would I be able to just say one additional thing regarding the timing? This is
Is that
Aaron
Mr.
Rosenberg. My apologies.
Yeah, go
Yeah.
ahead, go ahead. Yep.
So this is the timing that we're starting with. But what happens is sometimes there can be, patients that would have they they'd be working by day and be able to come certain times to create a group after hours. And that may be something. And then there may be like if we do like a weekend or like a Saturday, session or something where that would be the case when I say by event like group. The point is that won't be the standard, but if we would need to in order to accommodate some of our clients, that may be an option further on down the road. So I
So
just
we,
did want to put that out there.
sorry to interrupt, but what we would need then is the specific hours. Do you need it to be 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. and some hours on Saturday, like 8 a.m. to 2 or something like that?
That would be fair. It's not going to be later than that, so that would be fair.
Okay.
So
Did you catch
8 a.m.
that?
to 9 p.m. and then what on Saturday? Just Saturdays 8 to 2.
Yeah, that would sound fair.
So no Sundays.
At this point, correct. Again, that would probably go along with the Saturday hours if sometime along the road that would happen. My apologies. I thought that was
Okay.
bundled in.
Saturdays and Sundays, 8 to 2.
You comfortable with that, Mr. Rosenberg?
Yes, for now, yes, we are.
Okay.
Well,
All
once
right.
it's in, it's in. So
Yeah, once it's in, it's in.
No.
So
make sure you're comfortable.
No, I understand. It's just the question is it a process further on down? The reason why I'm saying this is because we don't know what's going to be in the next couple of months in terms of timing, and obviously, like when we say it's not like people are just walking in and out. It's more there are appointments and people are coming to their appointment. It's not like the front door is like going to be wide open and it's just going to be for in and out traffic. It's going to be more there's going to be set up appointments and they'd be coming into those. So. I mean, those hours we're definitely comfortable with those hours for now. If anything down the line, we'd have to reassess and reach back out to the board. That may be something we'd have to address then. But for now, it's definitely fine.
so who's after crafting the motion? Perhaps you want to put in and other hours by appointment, not to exceed 9 p.m.
Madam Chair, if I could.
Yes.
And maybe I missed the reason to go to 9 p.m. because I know Aaron and myself and Aaron, I forget your last name. I'm sorry, my brother. We spoke. Those were that late of a time was not communicated with me. So is that a change? 9 p.m.
So that was not. It was not put out at that point in terms of the 9 p.m. I believe it could be. I didn't mention it then. It's not intended to be a change. These hours that I told you then were the hours. But for instance, what happens is sometimes there are some of our patients. They're going to be having regular full-time day jobs and be able to come in only after 5, and would need those 3 hours from 6 to 9 for their session. So that's where we got those that timing. And once I was made aware that like the time was going to be sort of like set time, I wanted to make sure we had that option and capability.
So, Councilman Hairston, what we typically do, this comes up with a lot of small businesses, other businesses, is we give them a time range so that it's not the times perhaps that they might be using at the moment, but it gives them a broader range for them to develop business later on down the road. So if you have an objection to the later hours, let us know, but we're just trying to give them a time range so that they don't have to come back before BOZA to be open from 6 to 9.
Sure. No, absolutely. I hear you loud and clear and understand the reasoning behind the extension and the folks working in the evening time. My only concern is I just don't want this to be where it's 9 and then they're in there till 10, 11 o'clock. It becomes a hang around in the parking lot. It becomes a problem, right? Because everything else is closed in that particular area. Kim's Wings, the hair store across the road, China Mountain, the bank, everything is closed except McDonald's pretty much, and that gas station there up on the opposite corner. As long as that it'll be a controlled environment, then I guess I would say I don't have any particular issues. I can be supportive, but I just don't want just to turn into a hangout and you got folks pulling up and they're doing other activities because it's well into the cover of the night. Maybe one option is to at dusk, at dusk, that's the time the light begins to fade, darkness sets in, in the wintertime. That's around 7, 8 o'clock in the summertime. It's about 8, 9 o'clock, but if you all, I'll follow your lead. If you believe that 9 o'clock is best, then I'll support it. But I just don't want it to turn into a party out in the
Right,
parking lot
understand
or
your
in a building.
concern. You could have people hanging out after their meeting,
Yeah.
just perhaps
Yes.
socially chatting, not doing anything, but not vacating the premise.
Correct.
So,
Would I be able to just, if it's okay, this is Aaron Rosenberg again, would I be able to just add one thing that we pointed out before? These are for appointment only. So the after hours would really be people are coming for their appointments, and then once they're done, I totally understand the councilman's concerns. But, once the session is done, they're leaving. We also do have exterior cameras where we have a company called Monitex where they monitor the cameras, and if they see anything suspicious or anything, they reach out to us, and then if we say it's not anything that is, with regards to us, they reach out to the local authorities if needed. So that's something that will also help prevent any sort of loitering or after hours, situations.
Okay.
And this is Rick Garlip, if I might just be able to add as well. In the same way that we talked about smoking, these are trained, experienced, licensed professionals who are in charge of these programs too. That it is very helpful for folks as they're getting back on their feet to be able to work and then come in the evening to go to their treatment. But it is, you get in and then you get out, right? These are going to be folks that will. The staff will come out and ensure that people are getting in their cars and going, that it's not the hangout. There's plenty of opportunities during the treatment program itself that they have, that folks have in the program to speak with one another and to socialize in a less formal setting, right, during breaks and things like that inside. But at the point where, especially in the evening program is done, they're in their cars or however they're kind of transporting home, and they're going. It's not a hangout.
so
Okay.
you're assuring the councilman that the premise will be vacated by 9 p.m.
Yes, that's the plan.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Are you comfortable with that, with Councilman?
That's fine. I'm fine with that. And we're restricting that variance to that particular unit, correct? And I don't know if I missed that.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, one question as it relates to restricting it to this unit. First off, what is the unit number or designation? And then second, I know that variances typically apply to the entire property. So is that within our authority to restrict the variance to the unit? And maybe that's a question for legal.
Good point, Ms. Wilson. Let's make sure that we can limit this to that one particular parcel.
Madam Chair, this is Liz Hoopla. I believe that Shannon may be able to help me with this, but each individual storefront would need to get its own certificate of occupancy. So I believe that we can make it specific to the address or the unit number. I guess I would ask for clarification regarding that from Ms. Leonard.
Is there one parcel number for this whole shopping center?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, this is Mr. Dinan speaking. There is one address for the entire shopping center. it currently does have a unit number, Unit C, and currently it is zoned as an office. Only Unit C is zoned with an office with its own separate certificate of occupancy.
Okay.
On file.
So I think that answers your question, doesn't it, Ms. Wilson? It's Unit C?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Awesome, great. Anything else?
Nothing else for me.
All right, Ms. Holzer, anything?
My question was gonna mirror the previous one around whether or not we could restrict to a single unit. So
All right,
that's an answer. Thank you.
thank you. Ms. Roca?
I'm good.
Awesome. I'll entertain a motion then, unless there's somebody else that wants to chime in.
I can make the motion. Madam Chair, members of the board, based on the testimony that we've heard today from the appellant, the tenant that will occupy the property, 5 Points Center LLC, as well as the city and the councilman, I move that we approve calendar number 24-027 as a outpatient therapy tenant, providing behavioral health services Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. through 4 p.m., Saturdays and Sundays, 8 a.m. to 2 p.m., and other hours by appointment only, not to exceed 9 p.m. I'd like to note that this variance is conditioned to only apply to Unit C in the shopping center development. Appellant will also have 9 employees on site, and I believe that's all the conditions that I have.
All right, I think you captured everything. I'll take a second, please.
Board Member Wilson, I will second the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. And Ms. Kukla, if you'll call the vote.
Ms. Holzer?
Yes.
Ms. Wilson?
Yes.
Ms. Roca?
Yes.
Ms. Bates?
Yes.
Order number 24-027 is granted. Will be ratified next Monday, and we will send the appellant a letter. Please feel free to contact our office next Wednesday for further instruction.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Good luck
Thank
in
you.
your project.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, board.
Good luck.
Thank you, Councilman.
All right, I believe Mr. Bay, we have no other council people, right?
Correct. Madam Chair, I do not see any additional council members present.
All right, Ms. Holzer, we can move to the top of the agenda then.
Sounds good.
Yes, it does.
All right, our next case is calendar number 24-051. This is at 2429 Superior Viaduct Avenue. Bridgeworks LLC proposes to erect a 7-story mixed-use building with 146 residential apartments, a 6,933 square foot restaurant, 132 hotel rooms, 185 space parking garage, and a 9,000 square foot retail use on the ground floor facing West 25th Street in a K5 limited retail business district and an urban form overlay district. The owner appeals for relief from the strict application of the Cleveland Codified Ordinances as stated in the agenda and the public record, which there are 3. With that, I will hand it over to Ms. Wilson for the oath.
Thank you, Ms. Holzer. I will swear in all who are present for this case. I am not seeing anybody at the table. Is there anyone in the room present?
You're not here for this one?
For this one.
Oh, I thought you were.
All right.
Sorry.
All right. Well, I do see a hand raised online, so we will go to our online participants. I'll start first with Mr. Brandon Klein. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth? Please raise your right hand, reply with I do, state your name, spell your name, and give your address.
I do. Brandon Klein, BrandonKline. Address is 10020 Aurora Hudson Drive, Streetsboro, Ohio.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else online wishing to speak in this matter? I don't see any other hands raised, so I will hand it back to you, Madam Chair.
Excellent. We'll take history of the property, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This property was originally zoned general retail in 1929. In 2020, it was changed to the limited retail district and placed in the urban form overlay district. The most pertinent information is, Madam Chair, that in calendar number 22-147, this board granted a variance to erect a mixed-use 15-story tower with 140 apartments, parking garage, hotel, and restaurant. The variance issues were the same regarding the setback and the build-out issues. But the a parking variance was needed at that time. Today, we are not looking at a parking variance, and the building, as far as I can read, is that it's been reduced to 7 stories, and the appellant could expand further. This variance has expired. I'm not sure if I explained that. And again, it was in calendar 22-147 in 2022. I would also state that in the Acela system, there is no final landmark decision yet. According to staff, it has been reviewed conceptually, but there's no final approval yet. That's all that I have that's relevant.
Okay, great. Legal standard, please.
Madam Chair, members of the Board, appellant is requesting area variances from the maximum setback and frontage build-out requirements in the zoning code. To obtain the area variances, appellant must prove the denying the request create practical difficulty not generally shared by the remainder buildings in the same district, deprive the appellant of substantial property rights, and the granting the variances will not be contrary to the purpose and intent of the zoning code.
Great, thank you. Mr. Klein, do you want to explain to us, the previous variance expired, right?
Correct.
And this is, I'm remembering this as having sort of a nice park-like area under the viaduct. Can you go through the bullet points of the variances that you're seeking and tell us what's changed, what's not changed, and how things have been modified since we saw you last?
Absolutely. So I'll try to also be brief. Appreciate everyone's time. It's been a long meeting, but try to be thorough. First slide here, we just showed the variances that were previously submitted and approved. Obviously, they've reached a time limitation, but as the project evolved and changed from a 15-story building to a 7-story structure, the variance has actually been reduced. Previously, they were asking for a parking variance, which now we are parking compliant with the code, and the 2 hardships for these setbacks and building frontage, I'll express, I think it's on the next slide, is best place to showcase it. The reason, so just some photos of the history of the site and the building, the context of the area. I think the next slide has the existing conditions. Existing site plan. This was a street that cut through this site originally. It was vacated to create the site opportunity and development plan. It'll be noted, as you can see here, the boundary and parcel is very irregular and also does not necessarily match with the existing roadways, the existing curb lines, etc. The next slide is a very good representation of the current site plan with the setback locations and allocations. As you can see in the blue line is an offset for the 6-foot setback and 8-foot setback requirements as noted in the variances. The challenge of this site, because it's in the urban form overlay, it's not a minimum setback, it's a maximum setback. And the challenge is that the property line is actually out into the street. So in order to build a building to comply with that standard, we'd be building the building over the sidewalk and basically preventing any type of pedestrian circulation to comply with that code section. Another item to point out on this plan is the building frontage and building allowance of percentage of building area. And the reason there that we are not compliant is because we're creating this extremely nice pedestrian and public plaza in the inset of the building. And in addition to, we are maintaining and keeping the existing historic ticket booth that was for the underbridge transportation that would go under the bridge and entryway. And as been released recently in the news, the county is in this process of starting to reactivate that under bridge as a pedestrian thoroughfare and connection. And this ticket booth that's kind of a T shape on the plan and grayed out will actually be kind of the historic entry down into that area. So from a variance perspective, the hardship being that if we were to comply, we would be building a building out into the sidewalk and basically eliminating public access. It's just that the right of way doesn't comply. But just showing some pedestrian circulation around the building, through the building and connecting and maintaining, and then vehicular to the parking garage off of Superior Viaduct. Some imagery of the concepts of that park, and then this is the renderings that were previously submitted at a schematic or preliminary meeting, conceptual meeting at Landmarks. We will be going forth for a final certificate of appropriateness in the near future. Happy to answer any questions.
Super, thank you. I think my comment when you were before us previously with this project was in regard to that public space under the viaduct, making sure that there was some thought given to active transit parking. You know, I think you included bike racks in the plan, but I was concerned about scooters and things of that nature, making sure that there was a designated spot for them. So that's just a comment. And if anyone hasn't been on the under layer of the bridge at any point in time, that is really fascinating to see. So I appreciate your sensitivity to working around the ticket booth area. That's going to really enhance that access to the lower level of the bridge. And I think also we commented at the time about the fact that the setback went into the street. So I think maybe we've seen that twice in my 5 years of doing this. So I'll open it up to questions. We'll start with you, Ms. Roca, this time.
I don't have anything. I mean, I guess other than curiosity as to why the building went down in size.
Economics. Building a high rise in Cleveland at the moment is not always the easiest, and I think it fit a lot better with the context of the area, the neighborhood, the height with adjacent buildings and proximity, and then created a larger frontage, you know, and engaging into the street.
Got it. Yeah, I don't have anything further.
Yeah, I think this new iteration is actually a better fit. So, okay, we'll go to Ms. Wilson next. Any questions or comments, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The statement that the property line is in the street was interesting. I guess I'm just curious if, you know, that were not the case, would you even need a variance, right? Like, are you only requesting a variance because of that issue?
Partially, Xavier, I don't know if you're able to flip back to that second slide or so. I keep going back right here. Board one, if you could. So the big challenge right now is that, you know, the parcel lines are extremely irregular. You can see on West 25th, which is our primary frontage, it kind of Z's back and forth and around that area. So that's part of the challenge. The other challenge, obviously, as you look more north, you know, the property line's actually about 2 foot off the curb into the street area as well on Superior Viaduct side as well. Again, going back to the urban form overlay, we've worked very closely with staff. Shannon Leonard has been amazing to talk through, because the other challenge is that the Veterans Memorial Bridge actually kind of changes height and elevation. We put a line here at that point on Detroit. It actually starts to elevate away from the facade. So the discussion became, is it what ground plane is ground floor for that, so for urban form. So it was discussed that at that point forward, it would be considered the urban form overlay, and everything else would be, you know, an elevated bridge. So there's just been some nuances and challenges with the site orientation, et cetera, that are just from the legal parcel.
Does that answer your question, Ms. Wilson?
It does. That was helpful. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Leonard, I saw that you had your hand up and then it went away. Did you want to make comment at this point?
No, I have no comments. Like Mr. Geis or Mr. Klein said, that the parcel itself is awkward, as well as where the urban form is, also with the topography of the site. But they would probably most likely still need a variance for that spot, regardless of whether this for that maximum setback exceeding on the northwest side of the parcel. So where that plaza is, they would require that variance regardless.
Yeah,
Okay.
the alternative, right, would be to build the building along the frontage and omit the plaza. So it's kind of a trade-off, right? We're creating public space and an opportunity for this public interaction and social moment that happens at that ticket entry point, opposed to building a building in front of it.
Right, right. And Ms. Leonard's slip there, calling you Mr. Geis, given the volume of work that you're doing for them, might be, you might have to, you might just change your name.
That was an accident.
So, I know. So I know Mr. Klein, so we can be a little humorous. All right, so I think Ms. Holster, did you have anything to add?
I don't. I could respect the challenges based off of the parcel shape and where the property line is and the topographic challenges that you've discussed. So I don't have any additional questions.
Super. Let's see. Who would like to do the motion? Ms. Roca's done some, Ms. Wilson's done some.
I could do one.
All right, Ms. Holster, go ahead.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, I'd just like to just add that city planning is supportive of the variances, that we worked with the applicant, as Shannon had mentioned, and due to topography, we don't see any issues. Just wanted to add that for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Bay. I didn't mean to leave you out, since Shannon chimed in. We were just moving forward without you, and we certainly like to hear your point of view. So, all right, we'll go ahead with the motion, Ms. Holzer.
Sure thing. So having seen updated renderings on this project and having heard from the appellant and city planning, I move approval of calendar number 24-051.
All right, could I have a second, please?
Madam Chair, Board Member Wilson, I will second the motion.
Excellent, Ms. Wilson. All right, Ms. Kukla, if you'll call the vote.
Sure, Madam Chair, but just for clarification, this board is not granting a variance to section 341.021 regarding approval from the Cleveland Land Rights Commission requirement.
That is correct. I'm sure as stated that they're going to landmarks and going to process through there. So we are voting on the items that are within our purview.
All right, Ms. Roca?
Yes.
Ms. Wilson?
Yes.
Ms. Holzer?
Yes.
Ms. Bailey?
Yes.
Calendar number 24-051 is granted. It'll be ratified next Monday. We'll send the appellant a letter, but feel free to contact us next Wednesday for further instruction.
Well, thank you, everybody.
Mr. Klein, when do you think this is going to break ground?
Hopefully late summer.
Excellent. We'll look forward to seeing this. Super. All right, moving on.
Madam Chair, we have a gentleman in the room that has been waiting.
What case is he for, since he's been waiting all morning?
1695 Bradford.
All right. Since we just did a McCormick case, let's do the second McCormick case. So we'll move on to that one, 24-036. And that was, it's also a postponed case. All right, Ms. Holzer, so calendar number 24-036.
Sounds good. Our next case is calendar number 24-036. This is at 1695 Bradford Avenue. Joseph Wagner, owner, proposes to erect a 24-foot by 42-foot, three-story frame, two-family residence with gravel parking space. The owner appeals for relief from a strict application of the Cleveland Codified Ordinances as stated in the agenda and the public record, of which there are 4. This case was postponed from March 25th, 2024. No testimony was taken at that time. The postponement came at the request of the appellant. And with that, I will hand it over to Ms. Wilson for the oath.
Thank you, Ms. Hoser. I will swear in all who are present for this case. I will start with the gentleman in the room. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth? Please raise your right hand, reply with I do, state your name, spell your name, and give your address.
I do. Joseph Maxwell Wagner. Please call me Max. All normal spellings. Wagner.
Okay.
And
give
my
your
address is 1695 Bradford.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone online wishing to speak in this matter? All right, I'm not seeing any hands raised, so I'll hand it back to you, Madam Chair.
All right, great. We took no testimony, so we'll start with the history of the property, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's been no change in the zoning since 1929. We didn't find any information on our records administration office. There are no variances on file. And in the more recent history, we found that in May of 2023, rental registration renewal was issued to the address. That's all that I have. Thank you.
All right, sorry, I'm writing. We can go to legal standard.
Madam Chair, members of the Board of Home is requesting area variances from the grading and drainage, maximum gross floor area and front yard setback requirements in zoning code. To obtain the area variances, all must be determined the request create practical difficulties not generally shared by other land or buildings in the same district. Deprive the appellant of substantial property rights, and then granting variances will not be contrary to the purpose of the zoning code. Note section 329.04C limits the board's ability to grant front yard setback variances unless certain circumstances apply.
Super. All right. I appreciate you letting us call you Max, but we're a little more formal, so I'm going to call you Mr. Wagner. I'm going to ask you to go ahead and tell us what you want to do as it pertains to your variances you're speaking.
Sure. So the first variance was regarding drainage. Do you want more history about the project, or do you just want me to jump into the variances?
You can do history project.
Sure.
Yeah.
So this will be my residence. I'm the architect and owner. It'll be a duplex. The garden level and first floor will be one unit. And then the second floor and third level will be another unit, which is where I'm going to live. Parking will be in the back in an attached garage. Access will be via a driveway along the west side of the property, which there's already a curb cut there. I've gone to Tremont West. I've gone to Block Club. I have support from both. I believe I submitted my support letter from Block Club. And so, yeah, I'm just here to talk about my couple variances. The first one being a request to have permeable surfaces in the drive lane of the house. So you see it around the city where there's concrete for the tires, but then in the center of that is native ground cover and permeable like pavers or pebbles. I'd like to pursue that just to reduce the amount of pavement. The next one is my maximum gross floor area. The lot is 4,000 square feet. The house is 2,600 square feet. Just to fit in the multifamily aspect of it, I needed to go over the square footage. The third one is my setback. So the existing structure, which we saw photos of, is currently 5 foot off the front of the property. So it currently has a 5 foot setback. You could also see in this image on the bottom left is where the curve of the street is. The thick dashed lines are the right of way and the property lines. So you can see that my property is halfway off of the right of way. So frontage by half of the right of way. The other half of the frontage is on city-owned property, which is zone Park and Rec. So I am pursuing maintaining the existing setback of 5 feet. That's already there with that structure because I am kind of off the street away from the right of way. Additionally, I do have a hardship where the two houses, so there's 4 structures on my side of the street, 5 structures, including the existing one on my property. 2 of those structures are on extra wide lots and are set back further back than anything else in the neighborhood. They are 64-foot wide by 100 deep. Mine is 40-foot wide by 100 deep, the properties. I also have, you can see some topography lines, the bottom right corner of my parcel. That is the escarpment down to Scranton Road and the Cuyahoga River. So the last 20 feet of my property is essentially unbuildable because of topography. So my parcel is quite limited and different than the two parcels that are defining the setbacks. And that's pretty much the gist of it. The block club was also in support of that specifically. They are understanding that the road turns there and it would kind of be odd for my house to sit back so far. Having the house sit up a little closer to the street does kind of help define the curve of the street.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, let's go to questions. Ms. Wilson, we'll start with you.
I see Shannon's hand is raised. Would love to hear
So
from her.
it is. Ms. Leonard, I'm sure you want to chime into the front yard setback, maybe, maybe not, but go ahead and tell us
yes,
what you'd
ma'am.
like to say.
Shannon Leonard, Chief Zoning Administrator. Myself and Mary and Xavier, we reviewed this project. And so the requirements for the front yard setback, there's a couple ways to meet that exception, if you will. So generally, when you remove the existing structure, you take away the existing setback. And then if more than 20% of the street between two intersections is filled in, you would go to that setback requirement. So this street setback is what is, the existing setback is what is setting it once you remove the existing structure from that 5-foot setback. Now, there are some exceptions. Hardships is not necessarily the exception. The exception is generally you go in alignment within 150 feet, and if you can do that diagonal line, you get it there. In this case, you can't get it that way. The other exception is if the lot is somehow substantially smaller than other lots on the same street, all of the lots, if you will, on the same street, in the same block. And in so this case, this lot is not smaller than the one 2 doors down to the west. And so with that being said, despite the topography, we do not believe that he meets the exception for the front yard setback and believe that you are very limited and you really cannot actually grant the setback for this,
Right, okay, all right.
unfortunately.
That's not where I thought you were going to go with that. But that's unfortunate. Okay.
Can I reply?
Madam Chair, the appellant would like to ask a question or
Yeah.
reply.
After that, yeah, go ahead.
So, Ms. Leonard, the structure a couple doors down that you're referring to, as you can see in the image on the screen, that house is accessed by a shared driveway shared between those 3 properties. So that parcel is much smaller than mine, but they also are working off of better access via shared driveway, essentially. So I have to accommodate my own driveway and off-street parking, and that's kind of what I was working into that.
I understand, and it's unfortunate, but those are the rules of the zoning code.
So, Madam Chair, I have a question, and this is similar to the questions I've asked about this in the past, which will be directed towards Ms. Leonard. So if I am correct, Mr. Wagner's only recourse, since we can't grant the variance, would be to seek assistance from council?
Yes, he would need to get a map setback on this street along this block, or he would need to place the house back if that was a possibility. I'm not sure of the buildability of the lot.
Mr. Wagner, I'm sorry, is there a topo in here?
It's very minor, but I have those couple lines on the top corner. I didn't show anything outside of my parcel.
Okay.
Each of those lines represents 5 feet. So starting at the pattern line, that's a fence, that's called at ground zero. Everything further away from that is 5 feet negative.
I mean, it's a significant drop.
It's a significant drop.
And so this is a good image. If I were to move the structure back another 5 feet or so, it's cutting into kind of the turn radius of my driveway to get into my garage before I drop off the cliff.
Yeah, right.
One more thing to consider, maybe the previous slide is better where it shows all 4 structures. Yeah. So you see where Bradford turns into West 17th, the right of way is turning, 10 feet into my property, or sorry, once you hit 10 feet into my property, the street turns away. So the right of way kind of goes away. And is the right of way what defines the setback?
The property line.
Property
To the
line. Okay. But then the property line isn't really adjacent to the right of way all the way across. Partially across, it goes into, it's adjoined by a Parks and Rec city-owned lot.
Yeah, there's no, in terms of the setback, the setback is from the property line.
Okay.
And in addition to that, I understand off-street parking, but I'm not sure if this area falls within that TOD zone.
Okay, so I think, Ms. Leonard, we've kind of walked through every possibility that we could to try and make this work. And it's not. So our recourse is to send Mr. Wagner to counsel's office.
Sure.
So,
On that particular variance, right, Madam Chair, the other variances.
exactly, right,
Yeah.
on that particular variance. So we can work through the others, but that one, we can't make any judgment on. So,
Okay.
all right. So let's go through the ones that we can. What questions do you have, Ms. Groka, for the other items?
Nothing with respect to the permeable pavers, and nothing with respect to the maximum gross floor area either, so I don't have anything.
Okay, Ms. Wilson?
I'm all set, Madam Chair.
Okay, Ms. Holzer?
Madam Chair, just so that I'm clear, to the appellant, the issue that you wouldn't want to move the house further back is due to wanting to have a parking spot behind the house.
Partially for maneuverability of the vehicle, yes, but also if I move the structure back, it's also eating away into the usable area of my backyard in general.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a pretty significant drop off there, so that really is limiting, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so no further questions, no further comments. Shannon, you have your hand up again, or is that left over?
That's left over, but Xavier can chime in for city planning.
Okay, I was going to go to him, but I wanted to make sure that you didn't have anything else to say. All right, Mr. Bay, go ahead and chime in.
Xavier Bay, representing city planning. Typically, we don't support variances for undrained parking and maneuverability areas within lots. So that would be a decision that the applicant either has to comply with here, unless the board deems otherwise. But we would, other than that, we would support the next gross floor area variances that are being requested today.
Okay, Mr. Wagner, just loop back to the permeability of the driveway and talk us through what your plan is again.
Absolutely.
Were you talking runners for the tires or completely stone?
So everything will be paved except for the area between the runners for the tires up the driveway only. Everything else is paved. So the tire runners are paved, and then the maneuverability area, the parking area, whatever you want to call it, at the back of the house would also be paved. So it's really just the strip underneath the center of the car as you go up the driveway. And it's noted here in this drawing as the native ground cover area with drainage.
Okay. So for lack of a better term, we're going to call the maneuverability pad, what I would call in other projects, a motor court.
Sure, yep.
So that's going to be solid concrete, and then your tire runners are going to be concrete. And
Correct.
it's only the center. Sort of harkens back to the way driveways were made when cars first started appearing.
That's right.
Yep. So, all right. Everyone clear on that? All right. Who would like to do the motion on this?
I can take it.
All right, Ms. Roca will take it.
All right, Madam Chair, members of the board, based on the testimony for today and our inability to adjudicate the variance in item number 3 regarding the front yard setback, I move that we approve variance number 1 and variance number 2 regarding the concrete and drainage of the driving path and the maximum gross floor area.
Great. Can I have a second, please?
Madam Chair, I will second the motion. This is Board Member Wilson.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Ms. Kukla, if you'll call the vote.
Sure. Ms. Holzer?
Yes.
Ms. Wilson?
Yes.
Ms. Roca?
Yes.
Ms. Bates?
Yes.
Calendar number 24-036 is granted conditionally. It'll be ratified next Monday and we will send the opponent a letter.
Thank you. And for my
Thank you.
clarity, I
Good
just-
luck to you.
Thank you. Work with council and planning, or just council for the one that we couldn't work through.
Yes, and who's the planner?
This area is Brittany Haron.
Yep.
Yeah, this is city planning. I would recommend you reach out to the councilman and then we'll work with the councilman to move forward and stuff.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're in the building, so you might want to stop down there while
Yeah.
you're here.
No, I think they're in a meeting, or at least they were. Their meeting might be like going on not as long as ours, but.
I feel like maybe you should talk to the planner first, not for city council members, but really understand.
Okay.
Yeah, if you want to head over to city planning.
I'll wander around a
Try to
bit.
catch Brittany.
Okay.
Do you want them to change the map setbacks? That
Since
was-
you're already here and you've been here for hours.
Make it a whole day.
Yeah, make it a
Yeah.
whole day.
Thank you all.
Thanks.
Take care.
Good luck.
Mr. Wagner will be calling Uber Eats next.
Yeah,
Anyone want anything?
yes.
Send Starbucks. Okay, we'll move on to calendar number 24-017.
Madam Chair, I do need to log off for a work meeting at 2:00.
Okay, what
I don't
time
think
is
we have
it?
anybody here for this case, so we could probably dismiss it.
Do we have anyone? Obviously, there's no one in the room, right?
No one in the room.
Do we have anyone online for calendar number 24-017?
No.
All right. That's for a residential facility and it was already postponed once.
Does a board member want to make a motion to dismiss the case?
Yes.
I move that we dismiss calendar number 24-017 as it has been postponed and the appellant has not come before us.
Is they're absent today and they did not contact our office regarding the absence.
Correct.
So we haven't heard anything about it.
Okay. So no correspondence, no calls, and they are a no-show. Can someone second Ms. Roca's motion to dismiss?
Board Member Holzer, I second.
Thank you. Calendar number 24-017 is dismissed.
There are no, there's no old business today, as I was unable to write the documents up for you, so we will ratify everything next Monday. We'll have old business for you next Monday.
Okay, great. That's it then, right? Everybody, Ms. Holzer's gone. Everybody, thank you for your time weeding through all this today. Appreciate it.
Have a great day, everyone.
You as
Thank
well.
you.